A very good afternoon. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the second half of the week here at the Modus Super Series. 6 more players are stepping in with the opportunity of making it through to Saturday night's final. We've got some legends of the sport, some young stars looking to immerse themselves. It should be a very interesting afternoon session ahead. Double 10 to win it in style, to win it with a flashy finish.
Green shot of the match, Martington.
For the match, and an incredible way to go for 1, 2, 3.
This is a big dart. That's a sensational finish.
But Burgoine is looking for tops for the 120, pins the tops for the 120. He climbs the ladder, does the Burger boy.
Adams gets a little bit more than that, and that's his first top push check out of the day.
Yeah, the battle for Group C supremacy begins here. We're going to be watching all of the action this afternoon in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. Before we begin talking about today's session, let's just have a couple of reflections upon yesterday and Tom Sykes, who got over the line, but perhaps a little bit more hard work than he would have liked it to have been.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think he was hoping to get things done by round 2, but it came down to round 4 and 5 because, let's face it now, we know in retrospect that if he'd lost in round 4, he might not have actually got through in round 5. So it was a really, really tight situation. I think something he can learn from as well, because his start on Tuesday and Wednesday wasn't ideal, and he's just got to sometimes get out of the blocks a little bit quicker, but he will be ecstatic that he's back in Saturday night.
Yeah, Tom Sykes making it through the Group A equation. We're at the midway point of the week now, which means Groups C and B are about to get underway. This is how the tournament bracket looks. If this is the first time you've joined us this week, Tom Sykes winning Group A over the last 3 days. This afternoon, we're going to be focusing on Group C, whilst tonight, Group B is going to see 3 players with a lot of Super Series experience coming into play, with Jamie Kelling, Justin Smith and Andy Hamilton joining Chris Gilliland and Wevelino Dubois. But this afternoon, it is all about Group C, where the 3 players that dropped out of Group A, perhaps all searching to find something.
Very much so. I think if you're Michael Burgoine, if you're Bradley Roes, you're thinking that this could be a really tough situation over the next couple of afternoons. I'm not really sure what to make of what we've heard from these two over the last 24 hours. What we saw from Michael yesterday was a little bit of discomfort, but his performance levels were better than the previous 2 days, so I'm not really sure what to make of that. Bradley Roes at times yesterday looked fairly comfortable, but we've seen from his social media that he is suffering from a wrist issue. But I will say that his attitude yesterday was much improved. So I think from those two, they've definitely got stuff to work on.
And what about Martin Adams in your mind?
I'm not really sure what to make of this week. We haven't seen a great deal of high-quality stuff from Martin, only averaging over 90 on the one occasion that I can remember. And I think his form has been just a little bit too sporadic. I think if he's going to come through this Group C situation over the next couple of days, he's got to find himself getting more wins than losses on day 1, and maybe getting a little bit more on Friday and taking advantage of people's pressure that will be on them. But he will be devastated not to have got into Group B. That's for sure, because it was his until the very last hurdle.
As I say, 3 more players will join those 3 in this Group C equation. This is how the bookmakers think this group's going to go. Now, Martin Adams, 9-4 favourite, Stephen Johnston, 5-2. I can tell you that in the last few minutes, there has been some movement in the market. Stephen Johnston now goes off the group favourite. When you consider his numbers and you consider the way that he's played here in the past, despite not making it through to a Saturday night final, it's not really a surprise, is it?
No, it's not. It might be to some people just joining us this week. But if you look at the way that some other players in this group have played this week, and you gauge the levels that we've seen from Stevie J over the last 12 months, particularly in coming here, albeit with disappointment, I think he's got redemption on his mind. I think that's not a harmful motivation as well. I think he should be favoured for this group, and I thoroughly expect him to get one of the top 2 spots.
In terms of Stephen, what should we look out for over the next couple of days?
Volume. Passion, and typically Scottish throwing. I think he wants to be aggressive. He doesn't care who he plays. And if he doesn't get the top 2 over the next 2 days, he's going to feel like this place is cursing him, and he doesn't want that to happen.
It is 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. Right, let's get into our first game of the afternoon session then. And it does see Stephen Johnston in action. He takes on the Dutch youngster Bradley Roes to kickstart our Group C campaign. But Stephen Johnston kickstarted his Super Series campaign for this week by having a chat with Phil Bars.
Stephen, welcome back to the Super Series. Excited to be back?
Oh, defo. It's always good down here in Portsmouth, and it's a buzz when you're on that stage, so I'm looking forward to it.
Do you feel you've got a little bit of unfinished business after the last time you were here?
Yeah, basically, aye. I've enjoyed everything I came doing, but I learned from the things that I can't finish, and then you just need to come down here and learn from it, and that's the whole thing about coming down here, because you're getting put under pressure, but you need to learn from it, and hopefully I've learned this time, so hopefully it's third time lucky, but you never know.
Look, the plus is that Group A campaign that you were involved in last time, narrowly edged out by a brilliant Darryl Pilgrim in the end, but that showed that you can push the very best to the limits.
Darryl Pilgrim's a class player, and I knew what I was up against when I seen that group, but on the board, I believe I can beat anyone. But Darryl showed his class in the end, more experienced player, deserved Group A winner, but hard lines for me, but listen, you need to bounce back for it.
Since the last time you were here, what have you been up to on the board wise?
Basically laying bricks, laying some blocks, and laying some more bricks, and that's it. Basically, I play in the vaults back up in Scotland in the players lounge in Falkirk. I love playing there. That's where I play, and that gives me a good practice in there, because a lot of good players come to that venue, and basically that's it, aye.
Well, we wish you all the very best ahead of this Group C campaign, mate.
Thanks very much.
A very honest appraisal that from Stephen Johnston as he gets ready to take on the Super Series for a third time. In each of his previous two, he's come close to qualifying for the Saturday night, but has missed out on both occasions, up against a player who has become so used to making it through to Saturday nights in Bradley Roes. But Stephen Johnston, 35-year-old from Falkirk, playing with the Chunky Stumpies, an ADT qualifier for the third time here, up against a 19-year-old from the Hague, Bradley Roes, the 2022 WDF World Youth Champion, a weekly winner here at the Super Series, and he is hoping to make it back-to-back Champions Week appearances as the Dutchman. Group A didn't quite go to plan. He has been nursing some injury problems, but he's hoping that subsides ahead of a Group C stint over the next couple of days. And we're going to be watching all of the action this afternoon in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson.
First leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
It is an extremely wonderful afternoon here in Portsmouth, and it has been a day or so of commemoration and celebration in Portsmouth with the D-Day anniversary yesterday. 80 years since D-Day. But here in week one in Group C,
59.
it's time to do what you need to make Saturday night, and nobody epitomises it more at the minute
100.
than Stevie J, because the last time he was here, it wasn't just once that he narrowly missed out. It was twice in the same week.
And you look at the list of players he had to go up against on that particular week. He had a 4-point lead over Darryl Pilgrim in a Group A, which also featured the likes of Tom Sykes, Jimmy Van Skee, Reece Colley, who've all either made Champions Weeks or played at that Champions Week. And then in the Group B scenario, he was also close to qualification. Martin Adams actually won that particular group.
85.
Kurt Parry in
Stephen,
second. Tom Sykes just edged out Johnston for that glory. But Johnston looking to kickstart with a fish.
105.
That was genuinely one of the strongest groups I can ever remember. Of players for the week, I mean. This is what Bradley's looking for.
180.
A bit more this week. Because he hasn't found
65.
a great deal of that consistently over the last 3 days. It's going to be tops for the first leg for Stephen.
Game shot on the first leg.
Starting
Stephen
strong.
Johnston.
And now that he is the group favourite, we can level pressure towards him. And it's not often
Second
you
leg,
see
it's Bradley to throw
someone
first.
who's never qualified for a
Game on.
Saturday as a favourite. But we're starting to read in between the lines with Johnston, because we know that it's in there somewhere.
Well, you look at his numbers over the last 12 months in
100.
comparison to the other two players that come into the group. It's 5 points better. His yearly numbers in terms of an average just under 87, 86.96, and his doubling is delightful, 35.6. And we should also add more emphasis on those numbers because a lot of the sample size that we have got with Stephen are based on performances here at the
60.
Super Series.
Yeah, and if you compare that to what we've had from Bradley this week, it makes him a big favourite to win this match.
140.
Bradley's averaged just a shade over 80 this week. In fact, that has crept up a little bit over the last couple of days. But everybody who's come from Group A into Group C,
140.
their doubles, 25% or worse. That must not stay like that, otherwise all three will not
60.
qualify.
I think of the three players that have dropped out of Group A into this particular group, the one that will feel more than any other happy and satisfied
81.
enough about the performances was Michael Burgoine, because yesterday was a decent day for him. He got off to a slow start despite beating Tom Sykes 4-2 and then
100.
really galvanised
require
himself and picked up some
120.
confidence from there.
He genuinely did have a better Group A than the last time he was here. And all he can do is be better than the last time you've done something. If Stephen wants to
60.
double his lead,
Stephen, you require 141.
big ask. Too much of an ask as it goes.
50.
And Bradley, by virtue of
Bradley
finishing
requires
bottom
60.
of Group A, has to play the first and last game of the session. The way that the scheduling works out on a Thursday, Friday afternoon is the 6th place player plays first and last, the 5th place player plays second game in and second from last, and the 4th place player has the shortest stint of anybody. Double 10 for leg 2 for Bradley Roes.
40. Stephen, you require
Might
91.
pay the price for that. Now, what does he do on 91? I think he was caught in two minds
51.
with that second dart.
Bradley, you require 20.
In those moments, you've got to know exactly what you're going for with your plan A and your plan B, depending on whether you hit the treble or not. Couldn't ask for a better guide.
Game shot on a second leg.
And
Bradley
that clunk
Roes.
that you heard there was the dart hitting the previous barrel to equalise things at 1-1.
Third leg. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
We were talking yesterday, Henry, about that complexity of the fixtures for the person who finishes bottom.
55.
If I may look at the glass half full, I'm not sure it's a bad thing for Bradley today. Because if he is nursing something that is a bit uncomfortable, having a bigger gap between games
60.
might be a good thing. When you've got some sort of repetitive strain,
60.
you're going to put yourself through the pain barrier in a game like this. And I suppose the last thing you want to do is game on, game off, game on, game off. If you have that extra 20, possibly 30 minutes
140.
between one match and the next, gives it a chance just to rest up. So you're better for when you are on the
60.
stage.
And I think in terms of intellect for the game, Bradley is above his years. Only 19 years of age, but he thinks like somebody in their mid-20s that's been on the main stage for a few years. And he has
97.
been. World Youth Champion in the WDF at the age of 17. Beat another Super Series player in Charlie Large
140.
to win that particular title at the Lakeside.
That's a bad first start. But can he rescue the situation by leaving a small 3-dart
60.
out? No, he can't. So what would you rather have? 186
100.
with possibly
Bradley, you require
6 darts.
144.
or 144? Bit of a 50-50 situation here in leg 3.
Well, Johnston may get a dart at the bullseye at the end of this
60.
third leg. And
Stephen, you
he
require
completed his
86.
bullseye challenge earlier. And all I'm going to say is he was okay on it. But is he okay on
Big shot
double
on the
16?
third
Yes, is
leg.
the
Stephen
answer.
Johnston.
2 from 2 on the doubles and a 2-1 lead for the Scot. He's going about his business superbly.
Fourth flag. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I echo your sentiments, Henry, because when he was doing that bullseye challenge earlier, my word, was he good. Some people have had some great stints at the bullseye challenge here. Cam Crabtree,
41.
Danny Lauby. But without giving the game away, because you really should go and find that on our social channels before the end of the week.
84.
I'm not going to give you his score, but what I will say is, over the 60 seconds, he missed a 25 in bull once.
100.
It's another reason to subscribe. It's that little button down the bottom of the screen on your YouTube app,
99.
on your phone or your tablet. Do give it a subscribe. Plenty of bonus content on top of the live darts available there. And if you do subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel, you can also get in contact
85.
with the chat room and be in contact with us direct into the commentary box.
125.
Well, Johnston's average now creeps above the 90 mark. In terms of scoring power, 5-ton pluses, 3-140 pluses, 2 from 2 on the doubles.
95.
They are numbers which are ascertainably, he can ascertainably punch in. And if he does do that, you get the sense in this group he's going to have a
99.
lot of success.
They always say that darts is on the day. A lot of the numbers and the likelihoods that we give you are based on past behaviours. It's ultimately up
140.
to the players to
Stephen, you
prepare
require
well,
94.
to get themselves ready to do what we know they can. And now it's up to
54.
Bradley to draw level
Bradley, you require
at
40.
2-2. And it's Bradley who is dictating the pace in this game because he's the more methodical of the two. You don't often say that about a Dutch player against a Scot. It's usually the Dutch player that's the quicker.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
double 10 has
flag,
served him well.
Bradley
He's hit it
Roes.
twice now with a guide. The Group A champion, Tom Sykes, is actually in the
Fifth
live
flag.
chat.
It's Stephen to throw first.
Hope
Game
you're having a
on.
nice day, Tom. Hope you got some nice plans. Can't get enough of this place.
100.
Even when he's not playing, he's watching.
We'll probably see him walking down London Road when we exit after this session ends.
And he's cheering on Bradley in this one. That's what he says in the live chat.
60.
Might have struck up a bit of a friendship with him over the last 3 days. I know some practice rooms can be a little bit icy now and again with all 6 players in the same room, but you may just make friends or build a relationship with someone that you've never met before, and that's another really nice thing about the way that this is set up.
81.
Well, I've got a lovely story involving Martin Adams, which I'll share when he plays his first game against Jack Mail.
41.
But very much in the middle of the battle in game 1, 2 apiece between Johnston and Roes.
Interestingly, at this, just past the middle point
60.
of this match, Roes is averaging almost exactly what he's done this week, and Stevie Johnston's averaging pretty much exactly what he's done for the last 12 months.
100.
They're playing to type. And based on what I said in the last leg, where we can only give you some sort of indication as to what may happen, they're actually playing to it.
However, you'd say that Stephen's playing on a more consistent scale,
100.
whilst Bradley's having
Stephen, you require
bursts.
160.
Well, that would have been a burst. He found the 160. So he's going to
81.
leave himself on a 2-dart on 79, and Bradley could only try and set up to break.
Johnston's done really well there. He's turned a bad visit into a much better one with that last dart. It's a realistic
57.
chance of winning
Stephen,
this
you
leg now
require
compared to what it
79.
could have been. And he hasn't missed a dart at a double yet. Does that continue?
39. Bradley, you
It
require
does not.
143.
Well, the signs in this game hasn't looked likely this is going to go. And the signs are it's not going to go here. And so Johnston comes back for tops to move himself 3-2 in
59.
front. A game which
Stephen,
has
you
gone
require
all with
40.
throws so far.
Bradley was not happy with that turn there, and he's
Game
not going
shot
to be
on the
happy
fifth
about that
flag,
either.
Stephen Johnston.
See that little swagger there from Stephen as
Sixth
he walked back
flag,
down
it's
the
Bradley
ocker.
to
He
throw
is
first.
fancying this.
Game on.
He's subscribing to the Rob Cross method of drinking all of his water as well.
134.
Bradley is angry at being 3-2 down in this match. But the game has not been dictated
41.
pace-wise by his opponent, but the pattern of play has. All holes of throw. And if that continues, Bradley does not win this match.
59.
I think what we're learning with Bradley more and more that we see him is he's a player that has to play with a type of edge. And I think,
100.
especially when you've got a young player like Bradley who wants to play with that edge, it's about those fine margins as to whether that edge can go too far. And I think that's something that he's continuing to learn. And I think it's something that, compared to his first
58.
couple of appearances here at the Super Series, he is beginning to get better at learning.
If you don't get better with learning, then you're going to be going in the
60.
wrong direction, aren't you? We've got two young men in this group here today. Jack and Bradley.
121.
Both still learning the game at this level. And even though Bradley's won titles
81.
at youth level, this
Bradley
is a step
require
up to that. This is
129.
playing veterans and champions. 72 left for two. It's been very tidy
89.
when he's had the darts. If he can accomplish that double top or the 40 points as
60.
a total,
Bradley require
he will be tested
40.
against the darts come leg 7. He's won all of his legs so far on double 10.
And of course, he's got 6 from here because Johnston's left himself a 159. Well, that was the dart in the last 2 legs that he's won. That was the perfect
20.
guy. But it can't be used to the same degree for a third successive occasion.
45. Bradley requires
Now he's got a
20.
second bite of the cherry to take us all the way in the first game, which is exactly how we started the week on Monday morning.
Game shot on a 6
And here we go, leg 7.
Bradley Roes.
Will it be a hold or a break? In this truncated format
7
of only
from
2
final
days
leg.
now,
It's Steven to throw first.
they had 15 games in
Game
Group A. Now they've only got 10. Got to make use of all of them.
Matthew Eckert subscribes to the
100.
theory of the rule of 3, where anything more than 3 defeats, then your chances of progressing through to the finals from this particular group will be close to be ended.
And look at Ryan Finesse a couple of weeks
59.
back. He had 6 wins, so he won more games than he lost, but still didn't go through. So do yourself
80.
a favour. Get 14 points and make sure of it. Very steady from Johnston. 13 scores of 100 or more
60.
compared to 9 from Roes. If you're needing to break in a match like this, you've got to find your best
60.
stuff against the darts.
When you speak about the mathematics of Group C, 16 points will automatically send you through to a Saturday night from Group C because there'd be the equation of 4 wins per day, and obviously only 2 players can do that in a
60.
session. So 16 gives you that mathematical certainty of making it through.
Has there been a time where 14 points hasn't been enough?
60.
Matthew Edgar went out on 14 points back in Southampton.
I'm sure he'll be loving the fact that you brought that up. Should switch now.
97.
Does a very good job. He's still in the same vicinity as Johnston. And if he slips up, Roes could be in to swoop.
82.
Oh, that was a really interesting switch. Why didn't he go for the bullseye with the last dart? Or maybe he doesn't subscribe to the old 25 and bull to leave the 2 darter.
99. Stephen, you require 119.
Well, this last leg is very much on an even kilter. Johnston with the first chance of the 119. Treble 20 for tops. Isn't going to go, and so
99.
Roes may just get a dart at the bullseye if he can find a treble.
126.
And look what Johnston's left. It's a double that's given Bradley so much joy.
He has not been ahead the whole match. And he may not be. That was a difficult shot. But Johnston,
31.
as group favourite,
Stephen,
now
you
has double
require
10 to get his
20.
first 2 points.
He thought it was in, has to recompose and go for double 5. Now drops the dart. Well, he's
Game
found a
shot
way in
and
the
the
end.
match.
The
Stephen
group favourite,
Johnston.
Stephen Johnston, is on the board. He gets the better of Bradley Roes in a last leg decider 4-3. Wasn't quite a classic performance in the end, although he did start quite well. And he forgot to take his case with him as he departed the stage, did Stevie J. A 4-3 win against Bradley Roes. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Martin Turner and Michael Burgoine go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw the group favourite Stephen Johnston get the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 3 to kickstart his campaign. And it's a first look at Martin Turner this week here at the Live Lounge. He takes on the Burger Boy, Michael Burgoine, who we've already seen in Group A early on this week. Martin, a 6-time UK Open participant, the Mutts Nuts, playing on the WDF circuit. It's actually the first time we've seen him here since September, up against Burgoine, the 38-year-old from Bedford. Made it through to the UK Open first round, did the Burger Boy, the man from Bedford, who yesterday we saw some better stuff from. And I think he'll go into the next couple of days in Group C filled with a fair bit of confidence.
He'll feel more confident about this than he did the last time he was in Group C.
Game on!
Because the first time he was in a Group A situation, he finished 6th. This week he finished 5th. It's still a fail because he didn't win the group or get into
44.
Group B, but it is improvement. We have to allow people to improve incrementally.
40.
But he has been given a group which, if we can label it as something, it's doable.
60.
Look at the standard we had in our first game. 80 average for Johnston, 77 for Roes. And if we look at the way that Michael played yesterday, and let's not judge him on his first couple of days, it was better. There's a lot of averages in that mid-80s region. And that's the kind of stuff that could do damage in a Group C situation.
140.
But do not ever underestimate Martin Turner. He's fast. He's always been
57.
good. He's been around a while. And he's got a bucket full of experience.
60.
The quick fire left-handed player from Yorkshire good mates with Darren Johnston. Usually when he plays, Darren's usually somewhere alongside him.
43.
Hasn't actually played here, as I mentioned in the introduction, since September, where overnight he was actually top of his group, but then had a bit of a
66.
stumble and didn't quite help him when it came to the Friday, where he was on and suffering through the pain barrier. His
80.
previous appearance was in
Martin, you
week
require
6 of
131.
Series 5, and he missed out on the finals on that particular occasion.
I've always got to respect someone who uses
43.
flights that small
Michael, you require 141.
because they are so hard to control. Let's see if he can control them for an 88 checkout to take the first leg of this contest.
130. Martin, you require 88.
He might need the bullseye with the last dart. The Burger Boys just hit it.
63.
He can't find the same.
Michael, you require 11.
For the opening break, and this is something that Bradley Roes could not find in his first match.
No score.
And not for the first time this
Martin,
week.
you require 25.
Michael has struggled to find that double four. He's missed it south a few times.
Well, this would be for the 8th consecutive
Game shot on
holder
first
throw to
leg,
kickstart the
Martin
day,
Turner.
and Turner leads by a leg to nil.
Interesting that in
Second
our live
leg,
chat,
it's Michael to
Tom
throw
Sykes
first.
is now supporting Martin
Game on.
Turner. Up the Yorkshire.
There's one thing you find about people from Yorkshire is
85.
they'll always support one another. There's a real community spirit up in that part of the world.
Yeah, very much so.
43.
Yorkshire has had its fair share of success down here. With Sykes, with Peter Jakes, with Darren Johnson,
134.
and Bo Greaves. You can see the way he prefers to stack the darts.
140.
He's very much getting those shorter darts to hover through the air, very flat, and they will land like a plane.
140.
Not everybody can throw these small flights. Phil Taylor used them.
66.
Maybe not the one-piece moulded ones.
142.
Justin Pipe used them. Simon Stevenson used them for a little while. He would ultimately go back
94.
to some larger hexagonal flights, though. I think everybody's tried them, but you either love them or hate them.
45. Michael, you require 48.
A little bit like Marmite. You wouldn't put Marmite on a burger. Double 10. to square up,
28.
but Burgoine does have time.
I'm not sure you're right there.
Well, I wouldn't put tomato on it, that's for sure.
No, we're not getting back into that debate, but you could put yeast extract into the patty
47.
before it's cooked, because it
Michael,
creates
you require
umami.
20.
Double five.
Game
And
shot
it's
on a
1-1
second
in
leg.
an
Michael
all
Burgoine.
left-handed battle here, but this is a group that has half of the combatants being
Third leg,
left-handed.
it's Martin to throw first.
That does not happen every week.
Game on.
Half the combatants are lefties, half the commentary box are lefties. As a matter of fact,
84.
if we subbed out Jack Garwood and brought Owen Binks in to referee and we subbed you out for Mark Webster, everybody would be left-handed.
Are you trying to somewhat say that we need a
96.
left-handed week?
I tell you what, you could do a good left-handed week.
Somebody get Martin Phillips on the phone.
83.
Moreno Blom. Webby, you'd have to put in.
96.
One of only two left-handed players to have won the BDO World Championship title. Who was the other?
Les Wallace.
McDanger himself.
100.
Still the only one to wear a kilt
140.
and win a world championship. I thought Peter Wright would try it, at one point. He did wear a kilt to the
94.
awards ceremony at the Dorchester Hotel on multiple occasions, as did Gary Anderson, and they looked very resplendent.
58. Martin, you require 140.
To keep this pattern going of holds of throw, he needs another one. It just flailed away, didn't it? From right to left there.
82.
This is a chance
Michael,
for the
you
first
require
break of the day.
111.
Order up. Somebody wants 11 and tops.
91. Martin, you require 58.
But couldn't fire it home, and Turner looking to take leg 3, and this will continue the trend of legs 1 on throw.
38.
Well, we have
Michael, you
played
require 20.
our 10th leg of the day, and this could be the first break of throw that we've seen. Double 10 to end the trend.
Game shot on a
And
third
Burgoine
leg.
gets the break.
Michael
He moves
Burgoine.
2-1 to the good, and now he holds all the aces in this contest.
Fourth leg. It's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Quality-wise, a bit of a slow start here for Martin Turner, who was fairly busy last week
42.
playing in Switzerland. And if somebody beats him here today, they might think something good is on the cards.
55.
Because when he played in the Helvetia Open and indeed the Swiss Open as well, he made the quarterfinals twice, which is a solid effort on both
58.
days. But he lost to the 2 winners. So if you beat this guy, it's a fairly good barometer of where you're about to go. So this is a good sign for Michael Burgoine, isn't it?
100.
Not sure Martin Turner wants me to say this, but it's a bit of a compliment, the fact that the only player he's losing to is the player that goes on to win events.
40.
I think you should see it as a compliment, though. Because you're the person that they can beat. And they can also
80.
beat everybody else. I think it somewhat subconsciously makes you feel a little better about the fact that you don't win a tournament, but you lose to the person who did win it.
100.
It's a little bit of sparse consolation. He has been putting in the miles over the last few months as Martin.
85.
Because for so many years in the PDC, he was spending a great deal of time just going down the A1 to
96.
Barnsley and over the M62 to Wigan. But now he's starting to get on planes a bit more.
105.
Turner threatening the break back.
95.
How many times today already
Martin,
in
you
game 2 have we
require
seen a bogey
76.
number? I hope that doesn't continue. How about tops?
Game shot on a fourth flag. Martin Turner.
Breakback mountain. Just like that.
And so 2-2 it
Fifth
is in this
flag. It's Martin to
contest.
throw first. Game on. $45.
I've just had a look at the back of the collar of Martin Turner as well. He's got something there saying Minster Man.
100.
That's to do with York, I'm sure. Ever been to York?
I've passed it.
It's beautiful.
100.
What a place. Really historic. And the Vikings used to call it Jorvik.
Well, Martin will be hoping that he is playing in York later on this year,
100.
because there it is, Minster Man on the back of the shirt of Martin Turner. Be hoping that he'll be playing in York this year, and he'd be hoping to qualify for the World Seniors match play, because that's returning to the
125.
Barbican Theatre in York, which is also famous for hosting the UK Snooker Championship year on year.
140.
Nice scoring here in leg number 5 from Michael in a game that could be classified as Burger versus Mince.
91.
Turman.
Michael, you require 161.
He's had one look at a 140 earlier, has Martin.
60. Martin, you require 140.
Can he get a dart closer this time? Nope, same result. Gets the first 60, but not the
100.
second.
Michael, you require 101.
And Burgoine, who could have left a 2-darter here, decided to be aggressive on the treble 20. And he's not going to get a shot to break for the second time in this
69.
match.
Martin,
At
you
least
require 40.
not at this visit.
Well, Turner in his
Game
leg has
shot on
just
the
kept
fifth
applying
leg, Martin
scoreboard
Turner.
pressure, and then it told there as he pins the top's first time of asking. He leads 3-2 in this
Sixth
contest.
leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
A game where both players have cancelled each other out. A couple of holds, followed by a couple of breaks. Turner holds again, and it's now a leg away.
100.
Do you get the feeling at this early stage that a lot of these games are going to be close? Because I have that feeling.
60.
I hope you haven't got dinner reservations planned, because I think we're going to be here for quite a while, because I think we're going to see a lot of matches go deep.
100.
Oliver is saying York are the Minster men in the football. Of course they are. They used to play
100.
at Bootham Crescent, and they were once famously sponsored by Kit Kat. And so their stadium was once upon a time called the Kit Kat Bootham Crescent.
140.
That's one of the strangest grounds I've ever heard.
60.
I've been to a
Michael, you
stadium
require
sponsored by Marvel.
161.
Melbourne.
Yeah, fantastic it is.
81.
Burgoyne could take us the distance for the second game in succession if he's tidy on the 80. But he's going to have company in the finishing zone.
135.
Maybe not
Michael, you require
as small
80.
as he wanted that number for Martin. That turns out to be a decent single.
60.
But he's got a skirt
Martin,
at
you require
146 here.
146.
Biggest finish of this match, 76 from Turner, and it will remain the case.
72. Michael, you require 20.
One of his stronger doubles this week.
Game shot on a sixth leg.
And
Michael
if he'll
Burgoyne.
pay attention to us, if he watches this back, it's double 10 that has given him more joy
Seventh and
than
final
any
leg.
double.
It's Martin to throw first.
When he's been in that corner,
Game
he's
on.
been very good.
Now, you mentioned weird stadium names. The strangest stadium name I've ever been to,
55.
Braintree Town, where they play at the Rare Breed Meat Community Stadium.
108.
The name of that stadium is rather good, and that 180 is rather good as well.
We're heading into the meat of the match now, aren't we?
140.
Or as they say in Yorkshire, this is the meat, potatoes and gravy part of the match. Got to switch now,
59.
and should probably have gone to the 17s, if I am nitpicking a little bit. Oh, look at that for a deflection.
100.
There you can see he's trying to squeeze them in over the top of each other. Got to be careful here.
66.
And after that first dart, you're thinking he's going to leave a finish. But after dart 2, it was a hard task.
134.
Whereas Martin is speeding up, Burgoyne is very much in his dust at the minute. He's going to need errors from the Yorkshireman if he wants to get his first win in Group C.
And Turner hasn't made many when it's come to the finishing. 3 out of 6 on the
81.
doubles.
Martin,
And
you
he's already
require
taken out a
72.
pop right this early on in the match, the 76. And he's going to get a couple in his hand at double 12.
48.
Doesn't go, and so Burgoyne
Michael,
is
you
going to
require
get a poke at the
115.
115.
This would be a steal. Not going to get a chance. But Turner does come back
59.
to start his
Martin, you require
campaign with a win.
24.
So double 12 to see the job through.
Game shot
And here's a
and the
win
match,
for Martin Turner as he gets the
Turner.
better of Michael Burgoyne by 4 legs of 3. Both are opening matches going the distance, and both won by the player who threw first in the last leg. Turner getting the better of Burgoyne in 7. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Jack Mail up against Martin Adams. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're 2 games down for our Thursday afternoon session, and both games have gone the distance. Before the break, we saw Martin Turner get the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 3. Both games have gone to a deciding leg, and both games have gone with a player throwing first, which may well be good news for Jack Mail, the 22-year-old from Newcastle upon Tyne. Played at the UK Open earlier on this year, made it through to the second round of that particular competition. So the man from Tyneside is up against an absolute legend of this sport, Martin Adams, who turned 68 earlier on this week, the 3-time BDO world champion from Deeping St James in Cambridgeshire. Wolfie, who is sporting one of his charity shirts on this Thursday afternoon. Man is very proud of his charity work, which he's done for numerous charities over the course of his career. There's that, and also there's a Prostate Cancer UK shirts on occasions as well. What are we expecting from the 3-time world champion today?
Game on.
I don't think he's going to spend too much mental bandwidth on missing out on Group B status, because he lost in that shootout, didn't he, to Revelino Dubois. Did get a dart to win 4-0, a dart to win 4-1, a dart to win 4-2. But in the end, he lost 4-3 to Revy. But before a dart was thrown,
100.
my inkling was that Adams and Johnston would qualify. We'll revisit that in due course. But he's got a very bright spark in North East darts and Jack Mail to start his campaign in Group C. Now look at this stage right now, and it makes my spine tingle, because the colours that Martin's got on are not only for Macmillan Cancer
85.
support, but they also remind me of Blythe Spartans, a team of my hometown when I was growing up, against someone from Newcastle. Because back when Blythe Spartans
45.
made it to the very later stages of the FA Cup in the late 1970s, they played their last game at St James's Park, because Croft Park in Blythe was not big enough.
Yeah, back in the days where cup ties had to be moved because of
100.
stadium regulations. Matter of fact, it looks like the colours of Real Betis, that shirt. And they actually played a famous game, Real Betis. They played Havington Waterlooville in a pre-season friendly back in 2011.
58.
And the reason they played a pre-season friendly against them in 2011 is because Portsmouth were meant to play them in a prestigious friendly at Fratton Park. However, do you remember the volcanic ash scandal? Well, Portsmouth were grounded in the United States, and so Real Betis rocked up at Wesley Park. The ground was completely sold out, and so a team in the 6th tier of European football played a side who the previous year finished 9th in La Liga.
The one thing I took from that little monologue, Henry, is the fact that the volcanic ash thing from Iceland was a scandal.
100. Martin,
Scandalous that
93.
planet Earth might spew ash into the air. How dare it?
Careful, because there might be some people who think it would be a scandal anyway.
That's a missed single from Martin. So Jack gets a chance to take the first leg of the contest on throw.
45. Jack, you require 113.
So he's got 94 left with 2. With that somewhat robotic throw, very linear,
57.
very tidy, but
Martin, you require
not
48.
accurate enough on this turn. So double 16 for Adams to immediately break.
32. Jack, you require 56.
16 at tops to take the first leg. Double 10 to take the opening leg.
Jack
Jack
Mail.
is up and running.
Another left-hander that is good at double 10.
Second leg. It's Martin to throw first.
Well, you mentioned
Game on.
Real Betis. They've got a really big rivalry with Sevilla, don't they? I watched a travel documentary recently with Eugene Levy, and he documented what it was like to be in the city when Sevilla played Real
95.
Betis. Yeah, fascinating rivalries in sport throughout the world. of course, Newcastle, where Jack is from. Famous rivals of Sunderland.
95.
But we can all just take a breath from that over the summer and wait for it to start again come August and September, because this summer of sport will include the likes of the Paris Olympics, Euro 2024, regular summer sport like Wimbledon, the Open Championship, but the entirety of
59.
Series 8 here in Portsmouth, which could crown our 7th champion here under this roof. Did say could, because we might have someone who wins it for a second time.
100.
Although, can I just state the irony that the other day, England and Scotland played a T20 World Cup match in Barbados and it was rained off?
My word, that's ironic.
85.
Slightly different rain, though.
Martin, you require 101.
And a slightly different amount of quality in the scoring department from Wolfie here in leg 2. He's looking at double 12. And he's taking it as
Shot
well.
on his second leg.
That's
Martin
very
Allen.
reminiscent, Henry, of something that happened about 9 years ago.
Third leg.
To
It's
the
Jack to throw
day.
first.
Because
Game
we're
on.
talking about a guy who has hit 2 9-dart legs in our previous studio. But 9 years ago today, at Breen Sands, at the International Open in the BDO,
100.
in one of his matches, he hit a 9-dart leg. That was actually the second 9-darter of his career. The first one being at the Norway Open a decade before that.
100.
Some good things have happened on this darting day in the past. UK Opens have been won by Phil Taylor and Roland Shelton.
60.
But from what we can tell, Adams is the only person to have ever hit a 9-dart leg on this day. In recorded darts, anyway.
108.
And there you go. One of the ingredients you need for a 9-dart leg, but he's not going to get one here in leg 3. But Jack is very much on notice now. After a slow start from Wolfie, he's starting to pick business up.
Well, you mentioned
59.
180s. We have to send our congratulations to Connor Scott, who hit 4 180s in a row at the British Pentathlon earlier on today. As you do.
60.
I think that's a PDC record. Mervyn King's hit 4 in a row in a match once against someone in Vegas.
Yeah, there was also that game, wasn't it, in South Africa as well, where they went a bit berserk on 180s
41.
involving Mervyn.
Martin, you require 161.
Some of the greatest things that have happened in darts have involved Mervyn.
Really?
Now, what does he do on dart 3 here? He's going to persevere with a 60.
95.
And persevere well, he does.
He's himself on 66. It's average 101.5. And we said this yesterday, didn't we, with Martin, that we're going to see some real good stuff. There may be some stuff
100.
a little bit in the
Martin,
middle,
you
but this is
require
superb.
66.
101.5 average. On for 14 darter. 15 and tops. Tops for the break.
26.
Doesn't go, but Jack's all
Jack,
the way
you
back
require
at 141. He needs to
141.
find something real big here.
Needs to find a better first dart. Because he's been searching for scores a lot in this game already.
97.
A much better shot.
Martin, you
But it
require
may just
40.
be a visit too late.
Double 10. Oh, that's a strayer. Jack Mayle, who has been the passenger, if the truth
No
be told,
score.
in this particular leg, has now
Jack,
got
you
an
require
opportunity to
44.
attain a holder throw, which will very much feel like a break.
He does get a dart at double top. He gets 2.
24.
Can't find it, so Wolfie
Martin,
has
you
dodged a
require
bullet.
40.
He'll be glad, because it may have been a silver bullet.
Game shot on the third leg.
But Adams gets the break. He leads 2-1. If Jack Mail took that opportunity, he would have led that game despite being 19 points behind in the averages. But Adams, as we have it, 2-1 to the good.
Game on.
And now has an opportunity to really stretch away his advantage in this contest.
Well, that's the ideal first start that he's looking for. Upright, top of the bed, and he can attack it after that.
95.
But if you'd offered him 95 after that first start, he would have said, absolutely not. That's not good enough. I don't know whether you've followed
140.
certain trends, Henry, in this sport in the last couple of years. But we watch so much in the way of this sport now, whether it's here or elsewhere. You can't ignore some trends within this sport.
125.
We'll get on to Stevie J's footwear in the next match he plays against Martin Adams in Game 5, because that is a trend that's definitely started by Nathan Aspinall. And funnily enough, it looks like he started another one.
81.
Because more players are using darts like jacks than ever before. They're starting to use those front-weighted darts, the ones that taper out ever so gradually. And they used to be fashionable back in the late 70s and early 80s. And maybe a little bit in the early 90s with Priestley. But I'm seeing more people throwing barrels like this than ever.
140.
And the science states that if you throw darts the way that he does, they are, without a shadow of a doubt, the best shape to use.
Oh, fear really is howling.
Jack, you require 140.
Mel has to take out this 140. It's as simple as that. He's not going to, and so Adams is back for 73. We're being hypercritical. The only real blot has been on the doubles, and that was only really in the last
45.
leg.
Martin, you require 73.
This for 3-1, and this to put him in full command of this contest. And he is going to have a couple in his hand, a double 8, and now double 4.
65.
But Mel is just getting
Jack,
some
you require
opportunities
95.
like this.
Opportunities he maybe doesn't warrant. Make sure of the 20. Now it's a bull that's semi-covered. Oh, and you see the dart
48.
denying it entry
Martin, you
into the centre of the
require
board.
8.
That possibly was hitting had it not been for his previous shot.
Yeah, the line and the length was perfect, but it couldn't quite marry up. Adams shuffles across, but he cannot pin the double 2, and so Jack's going to be
Jack, you
presented with
require
another opportunity
47.
here to square this match up at 2 apiece. Adams been doing everything by terms of scoring in this match, but 2 from 12 in the doubles has presented Jack with chances, but they're chances he cannot
37.
take.
Martin, you require 4.
You fear they're the kind of chances you can't afford to miss. You'll have to go top right here on double 2.
Game shot.
Or
on the
just
fourth
float it
leg.
over the top.
Martin Adams.
To get a 3-1 lead. There is a gulf in between the averages here. 12 points between them.
Fifth leg. It's
And
Jack
had
to throw
Jack
first.
equalised at
Game
2-2, the averages would look really silly. But at the minute, they look fairly cooperative.
Sometimes we say stats are only a guide, but it's the perfect barometer
140.
as far as this contest is concerned.
You mentioned that British pentathlon, which is taking place in Ilfracombe right now. Martin has won that tournament 13 times.
140.
Yeah, you heard right. 13.
99.
Just goes to show how versatile he is at playing other forms of darts, be it playing Harvard, or 1001, or round the board doubles. He can do it all. And he first won that tournament back in 1994.
100.
And the last time he won it was in 2019. You don't need to be a mathematician to realise that is a very, very long time in between first and last wins. That is
92.
crazy. 25 years. And he's won it almost every other year on average.
And that is an incredibly hard discipline. I've spoken to players who played in that in the past, and mentally as much as it is physically, they're long days, they're taxing days, but your brain is always on
Jack
the go.
170.
Well, this has to go for Jack. Otherwise, Adams is left on 81 for the match. He's left it after 9. And this is to round off a real good display from the three-time world champion.
58. Martin, you
Considering
require 81.
Adams has been averaging 82 for the week, and his best performance is just shy of 91.
Game
that
shot
was
and the match.
much
Martin
improved,
Adams.
because his average in that game, winning by 4 legs to 1, was very close to 93.5. And the man in green and white is very pleased with that start in Group C, as he should be. That's what you've just seen. The high check out of 101, and the steady nature of his play saw him dodge a couple of bullets along the way, but he is the victor at the end of round 1. Bradley Roes will be back, taking on the lefty Martin Turner at the start of round 2 next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed our first round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And before the break, we saw Martin Adams get the better of Jack Mayle by 4 legs to 1. A superb performance from the three-time world champion. Average of 93.34. 3 maximums in there. That's despite missing 11 darts, a double in the contest. He also pinned the first ton plus out of the day with the 101. The first game of round 2 sees Martin Turner and Bradley Roes go toe-to-toe. Bradley, who lost out 4-3 to Stephen Johnston in his first match, whilst Martin Turner was on the right side of a last leg decider, getting the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 3. But actually, if you delve into the performance levels of both players in that opening match, there wasn't too much that separates them.
Not at all.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Best performance so far from Wolfie, but everybody else Very even somewhat. And already an equipment change here for Bradley. He's gone from the one-piece stem and flight combination to something that is detachable. No change here for the 2023 Welsh Open champion, Martin Turner. And when you win something like that, you should walk out of an arena saying, I've just put my name
85.
on a Roll of Honour that is rather impressive. He beat Cliff Pryor in that final. It wasn't a classic final. I think Martin would agree with
59.
that. But he won. He was the last person standing in that tournament. Beat young Thomas Banks in the semi-final. Beat Trev Brennan in the quarters.
81.
And Keenan Thomas in the last 16. Beat his good friend Wilkie in the last 32. All hail Wilkie.
60.
Well, think about the people that have won the Welsh Open in the past and what it's done for their career.
180.
First max of this match and second max of his day.
54.
Here's me thinking he didn't
Bradley
get one in his first
required
match because he lost 4-3, but he did get a maximum. Has he got a 14 darter? Nope. But it might be 15.
Game shot
On double
the first
14.
leg,
And Bradley's
Roes.
up and running. Well, you mentioned how fruitful 2023 was for Martin Turner. He also won the
Second leg,
Isle
it's
of Man
Martin to throw
Open
first.
competition, which
Game on.
many people regard in as high esteem as the Dutch Open and many of the other big opens that are out there on the circuit. He beat
81.
Ryan Hogarth by 5-3 to win that final in Villa Marina. One of the great open tournaments that. If you look at the open system, you probably
100.
put that on a par with probably the British Open, the Dutch Open as the big open events.
Traditionally played in March time.
100.
And it was the last tournament that was played in the BDO/WDF circuit type of stuff before COVID.
100.
Well, in fact, it's the last ever BDO ranking event to ever take place.
So let's laud
59.
Martin for a little bit because he's been around a long time. He's fought and scraped for his little slice of success. But now that he is, and is still
96.
the Welsh Open champion, think of the names that he's joined in that Roll of Honour. I'm just going to rattle off a few of them. Luke
100.
Littler. He's the champion from 2022. Glenn Durrant. Scott Mitchell. Martin Adams. Stephen Bunting. Ross Montgomery
134.
on more than one
Martin,
occasion.
you require 161.
Gary Anderson, Mark Webster, Michael Van Gerwen. Do I need to go any further? Well, I'm going to. And I'll give you more in the next leg because they're worth a mention.
58.
This man
Bradley
is in
requires
that list.
71.
54 separates Bradley from a 2-0 scoreline.
Game shot
This
on
is
the
very
second leg,
good.
Bradley Roes.
We haven't seen this from Bradley all week.
15-15, the average
Third
100.2.
leg,
Where
it's Bradley
Bradley
to
is
throw
just beginning
first.
to build up ahead of steam here.
Game on.
So can I go on with former Welsh Open champions? Gary Anderson. Andy Fordham.
57.
Richie Burnett. Ronnie Baxter. Dennis Priestley.
95.
I'm going back to the late 80s now, where you've got Cliff Lazarenko as the 1986 champion when he beat Bob Anderson. My word, what a list of players that is. And I've not even
97.
mentioned them all. There are some other names in there that you might recognise, like Kevin Kenny. Like Marshall James, who made
59.
a famous world final back in 97 against someone who's been mentioned today, Les Wallace. And the last person I'm going to mention, one of the happiest men in sport,
59.
the 1999 champion, Andy Smith.
The Pie Man. Yeah, Martin made his World Championship debut of any degree back in December at the Lakeside.
140.
Where he was seeded through to the second round. He beat Liam Mendel-Lawrence by 3-1 in his first game. That was a contrast of styles if I've ever seen one.
3 legs to 1.
3-1, my apologies.
3 sets. Oh, okay.
You can tell I've been here a while.
That must be, what, an hour and 15 minutes for that game?
125.
You would think so, wouldn't you? And then lost out to the defending champion, Neil Duff, by 3-2. Took the Duff man all the way to a last set decider.
100.
Duff averaging 88 in that
Martin,
game. Martin 81 and a
82.
half. Turner going to get his first leg on the board. And this will be for 14 darts if he can pin the double 16 first time.
Game
Indeed
shot
he
on the
can.
third
Back
leg,
to 2-1. This is a
Martin
quality
Turner.
contest. The 3 legs that have been won in this game have been won in 15, 15, 14. This is a
Fourth
top
leg, it's
quality
Martin to throw
encounter.
First. Game on.
First job for Martin was to get this back on throw, and he's done that.
134.
If this kind of improvement is what we're going to see in round 2, bring it on. We're going to see Adams versus Johnston next, which is a bit of a clash of styles, I might add.
58.
With England having a somewhat familiar rivalry with Scotland in any sport over the last couple of centuries. That could be an interesting
82.
dynamic. And then the Burger Boy's going to take on Jack Mail. It's like Burger King versus Greggs in Game 6.
Other fast food establishments are available.
81.
You've ever had a Burger King?
Yeah.
Hungry Jack's back in Oz?
Yeah.
85.
If you don't know that story, they can't have a Burger King in Australia because of copyright. So they had to call it something else, and they called it
60.
Hungry Jack's.
Well, Turner is turning the tide in this
81.
contest. However, that slip into the single one just makes life a little bit more difficult, although he'll think that it should be 6 darts on 199. It will be
92.
6 on 119
Martin, you require 119.
to square this contest up from 2 apiece on 2-0 down. And if he can pin this first time, it'll continue the trend of 5 visit legs in this match. But
87.
he's going to come back for 32.
It's going to be the worst leg of the match. And that's saying something. Because it hasn't been
59.
that bad.
Martin, you require
He's on
32
32 after 15. He does
Game
not
shot
hang
on the
around
fourth
Martin
leg,
Turner.
Martin Turner.
Well, put it this way, we've completed 4 legs in 7 minutes and 28 seconds. That includes a
Fifth
10-second
leg, it's
gap
Bradley to
between
throw
legs.
first.
So effectively, we
Game
got
on.
it done in 7 minutes flat.
Yeah, this is the kind of standard that you're going to have to attain
60.
if you want to be the champion in the first week of Series 8. Bradley has won a week in the previous series.
140.
And he won it very early. Martin is still looking to have success here come Saturday night. In fact, getting to a Saturday night, I think, would be good progress for him.
140.
And that would be the case for quite a lot of people here over the next couple of days.
Yeah, Bradley won his week in week 3 of the previous
42.
series. Beat David Cameron in the final. That'll be an interesting name over the next couple of weeks, knowing what's happening in the United Kingdom.
57.
No religion, no politics. You know the rules, Deacon. Just a heavy smattering of sport and a little bit of banter along the way.
59. Martin, you require 164.
I think we should have a rule here at the Super Series. This is a politics-free zone. It's not a bullseye-free zone.
119.
That would have been something.
Well, the difference is Bradley got to a quick start, but he hasn't been able to maintain it, whilst
40.
Martin Turner's kept
Martin, you require
his
45.
very high standard going and could be on for another 14 darter.
29.
Very, very close, but he will return to have a 3-2 lead with a break. And this is not going to help the mindset of Roes.
100.
That has been tested
Martin,
an
you
awful lot
require
this week
16.
already.
Could be another bruise for Roos if this goes. Double 2
Game
is
shot on the
found
fifth
last dart in
leg,
hand.
Martin Turner.
Turner breaks, it goes 3-2 up. And the frustration is just beginning to reach boiling point for Bradley.
Sixth leg. It's
The only
Martin
thing I
to
can
throw
think of at that
first.
point there when
Game
Martin's hit that double two is Bradley's reacted as if to say his time on the internet is up and he's got to go to bed.
55.
I know that's a somewhat childish remark I've just made, but when someone has hit double two like they're supposed to, it's their job to do that. Oh, that is
65.
unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. You can't be disappointed at the fact that your opponent has done what they're supposed to do.
100.
Well, that's like thinking you've picked up a 5p piece, but on the back of the 5p piece, there's a bit of dog poo on it.
I'll give you a better example.
60.
How about on your birthday, your sister gives you a scratch card, you scratch it off and you think, I've won 100 grand, and it's a joke scratch card. Imagine the emotional swings
58.
when you find out. I'll get her back one day for that. That's a good pickup there from Bradley. In more ways than one.
121.
Literally and figuratively.
Easy.
81.
Now that Bradley's looked at the monitor to see what he's got left, he should not have to look again. It's one of my
60.
pet hates in this sport. When people constantly look at their monitor and see what they've got left. Because it only changes once you've completed all three darts. You should have in your own mind what you've got
60.
left. And if you're unsure, use the referee, not the monitor. The monitor's not going to change.
And we say it a lot about players, particularly if they're unexperienced in terms of the stage setup. The referee is there to help. It's not; they're not just there as
60.
a voice piece
Martin,
to
you
shout
require
scores. They're there for your aid.
147.
Well, if they weren't there to help, we'd just put a hologram up there. Get AI to do the refereeing. But no, we use humans.
45.
Because they are
Bradley,
there
you
to do
require
more than one job.
135.
Job for Bradley to take out the 135. The job of 20 will leave the bullseye. Not to be, and so Turner comes back for 102 for the match. It's been a good response for going
64.
2-0 down for
Martin, you require 102.
However, his standard has dropped, but he only needs 2 more good darts.
double 16 to get it done with a
70.
topper. Not
Bradley
to be for him, and so
requires
Bradley will
71.
return for 71 to give us our third last leg decider in the first 4 matches of the session.
Make yourself feel better by hitting tops.
51.
It was well thrown, just a bit
Martin, you
short.
require 32.
And Turner, who has been excellent on the doubles, 1 in every 3, should find his way to a win.
He should,
No
but he
score.
can't. And so Bradley's going to come back, and we know how good he's been on double
Bradley,
10
you
today.
require 20.
And it's that target that he wants to send us all the way to a last leg decider. Big moments. And that is the perfect guide for Bradley. The
Getting
perfect
shot on the
guide.
sixth flag,
And we
Bradley
go
Roes.
all the way once again. Martin Turner's won a last leg decider today. Bradley Roes has lost one.
7th and final leg.
And both of
It's
this pair
Bradley to
will
throw
go all the
first.
way to leg 7
Game
once
on.
more.
However, the last time Turner won that last leg shootout, he had the throw. This time he doesn't have it.
Eighty.
It's another bounce out for Bradley. It's become a problem all week for him.
Yeah, it has been a problem. And it's the same sort of problem that Dave Chisnell has been addressing over the last 18 months.
96.
It's where the flight starts to go over the top a bit too much towards the board. And effectively, the entire setup slaps the board. You can see the flight.
140.
Predominantly, it goes in at a nice upright angle. But every now and again, it's delivered where the dart just goes over the top.
96.
And the flight hits the other flight first and then just cascades to the floor.
Bradley, by having the darts, is in control of this last leg. However, a
58.
dry turn here has just presented an opening for Martin if he can smack in a couple of trebles. Well, he's going to have to find a couple of big trebles here. He's not going to do so.
83.
And so the ball is in the court of Bradley Roes, who has 6 starts on 2-2-3 to get his first win on the board.
Now he'll believe that this game is his.
140.
He's done a fair few deadlifts in this game, picking flights off the floor.
Picking darts off the floor, but he may be picking the points up if he can
42.
pin the 83, and he is
Bradley
going to have
require
time at it, at
83.
least 6. Turner, who's been superb in this contest, hasn't found a response in the final leg, the important leg, the key leg. And he's going to have 2 in his hand, a double 16 to complete the contest. That's awkward. And he
51.
cannot find a way through.
So now we have a game where both players have had match darts. I have a sneaky suspicion that for the rest of the day,
44.
this won't
Bradley
be on its own.
require 32.
I think it may happen more.
To reverse the scoreline of his first match, 8-8. And
Game
this
shot.
time, Bradley
And the
Roes
match,
is on the right side of a
Bradley
4-3
Roes.
scoreline. He gets the better of Martin Turner in a last leg decider for whom his fortunes have been reversed, but in the negative direction. A win's a win for Bradley Roes. He gets the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, Martin Adams up against Stephen Johnston.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Bradley Roes this time was on the right side of a last leg decider, getting the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 3. Our 5th match of the session sees Martin Adams and Stephen Johnston go toe-to-toe on the Oku. These are the 2 favourites of the odds compilers before a dart was thrown in anger this afternoon. In fact, Adams and Johnston traded places right at the very end of trading time with the bookies. Martin Adams actually went off the favoured at 4-9, but then Stephen Johnston had some last-minute backers, and so he actually went off the favourite to go on and win this Group C campaign. As far as they're concerned today, both have picked up a victory apiece, and so the victor will be the first player on to 4 points in this Group C campaign. Johnston getting the better of Roes 4-3, whilst Martin Adams has put in the performance of the session so far, getting the better of Jack Mayle by 4 legs to 1 with an average of 93.34. 3 maximums to his name, and that was despite missing 11 darts to the double. He also has the only ton plus checkout we have seen in this session thus far.
But the way he started the Group A campaign didn't dictate why he's in this group.
50.
It was the end of the campaign as to why he's here. Still early stages.
100.
But both players will be very, very happy, I'm sure, that they are starting with a win. We talked about it the last time that Stevie was here. He is, of course, the son of the great Peter Johnston, someone who Martin knew very well.
$60.
Any excuse to talk about darts from that era for me. The time when the internet wasn't as important as it is now, and the amount of information that we had all came from a magazine.
140.
Stephen actually has the initials of his dad Peter on his right collar, PJ, and his career
58.
was absolutely superb. I remember the first time Stephen played here, Chris Mason was on commentary, and he spoke very highly of him in his career. 5 World Championships in the WDF system, 7 World Masters, the last World Championship in 2003, the last World Masters in 2004. And actually, in his last World Masters, his last ever game was a 3-0 defeat to Martin Adams.
45. Martin, you require 145.
That brings up an interesting point, actually. If you're a pro dart player and you know that the end is nigh, who do you want your last game to be against?
55.
Now, I'm not saying at this point that Martin is thinking about his last game. He's far from that, even at the age of 68 now, because he celebrated his birthday on Tuesday.
90.
But it is food for thought, isn't it? $11 off leaves 79. He'll go treble 13. He will always go treble 13, no matter what anybody says to him. Well, he likes that small 11.
35.
At least this time he's got single to double combination when he comes back.
Yeah, Stephen hasn't really got out the gate in this first leg as of yet.
98.
Put some more
Martin,
pressure on this 55
55
for Adams. Bit of a slow start for the pair, following good performances at the bat in game 1. Tops for Adams. Leg 1 to Adams.
First leg, Martin Adams.
So let's have a little chat about it then. If
Second
Adams
leg,
was
Stephen to throw first.
playing one
Game
more
on.
season, no matter where it is, if it's seniors, if it's here, and let's use those 2 examples.
100.
Who would he want his last match to be against, I wonder?
I think he'd be the type that'd like to revisit maybe old times. I think I would anyway. Well, go on, let's poke the question in your direction then. If you had one more
100.
game, you announce your retirement now, and you're going to play one last game before you decide to hang the darts up forever, who would you want it to be
60.
against?
Robert Thornton. Not even any thought about it. It would be Robert. Because he was so influential on my first year on tour. And even before that. And has been a friend of mine for 15 years.
140.
But he's probably had more influence on my career than any other pro. So
100.
he just beats out Merv. I could have a small list of about 3 or 4 people that I would love to play my last match against. Peter Wright would be up there. Mervyn King, Robert Thornton. Possibly Keegan.
60.
But I'd have to say Robert.
See, for me, it'd have to be a match against Chris Murphy, because I'd at least want to win my last game.
100.
P45's waiting for you. Well, what would be a perfect example of a last game for Martin? Chris Mason, maybe?
Oh,
Glenn Durrant? They had a hell of a battle at Lakeside.
probably one of the best games ever at Lakeside.
Stephen, you
Absolutely.
require 141.
Mitchell? Love that switch.
80.
Not so
Martin,
much
you
on
require 101.
the second switch, but I like the idea of going to the 17s with dart 2 there. I like the idea of a dart at the outer ring for this one, and it will be at double 16.
Game shot on a
So
second
typically
leg.
Martin Adams, isn't it? 101 check on the back of a 15 dart leg. He leads 2-0, averaging just a
Third
shade
leg,
under
it's Martin
86.
to
It's
throw
his second
first.
101 checkout
Game on.
of the day. And his ton plus hitting this week has been superb. Yesterday, he won just 5 legs, but 2 of them were with ton plus checkouts.
'61.
Well, someone has put something in our live chat a few minutes ago by the name of Luke. Said that he found a bundle
137.
of Darts World magazines in a telephone box library in Whitstable at the weekend. It was like in Aladdin's cave. What did you find? We want to know what era you found. Some of those might be very valuable
50.
to someone, depending on who's on the cover. I've got some good ones.
140.
I've got 2 Darts World magazines that I really treasure. I've got them in mint condition in plastic. One's got me on the front. That was a lifetime ambition. And the other one's got Kyle on the front. Kyle Anderson. I treasure that one.
40.
I want to know why, first of all, I forgot phone boxes were a thing
60.
in 2024. And B, just why randomly there was a stash of magazines in there.
You're not seeing that some of the old phone boxes have been turned into little libraries? So someone's left some Darts World magazines in there, apparently. In Whitstable. I believe that's in northern Kent.
140.
Really good seafood there, by the way.
Stephen, you
But
require 164.
we're not going to see a great 164.
58.
But Adams is not out of this leg. 3-0 is not out of the equation. And you can see from that grimace that Stevie's having to work pretty hard in this second match of the campaign just to get what he wants.
'44. Stephen, you require 106.
So Johnston has 6 here from the 106. Treble 18. Double 16.
74.
Doesn't go. That was his first start and a double in this match as well.
What did we say in round 1 about bogey numbers? It's happened again.
So Johnston is going to come back
60.
3 in hand at 32.
Stephen, you require 32.
To break Adams back, to return this game to throw at 2-1. Is that a help or a hindrance for the chunky stumpies?
16.
It was a hindrance.
Martin, you require 106.
Treble 18. There was a part of me thought that he was going to steal the leg that way.
98.
The only way he
Stephen,
gets
you
it now is
require
if Stevie
16.
makes more errors.
No score.
Which he does.
Martin, you require 8.
Well, this would be Adams' 7th leg on the ball with a concession of just 1.
Game shot on
beginning
the
to
third
dominate.
leg. Martin
Probably
Adams.
best not remind him of being 3-0 up yesterday in his final match because we thought he was sailing towards Group B.
Fourth
It
flag.
just so
It's
happened
Stephen
that
to throw first.
Revy Dubois had
Game on.
some other ideas. But at the minute, Stevie will be stirring inside at the fact that he has missed
140.
every shot at double he's had. All 7 of them.
It's been a little bit perplexing so far, this performance from Stephen Johnston. And Adams is a quintessential match player. He will just go up there,
100.
throw what he throws, and we know for a fact he couldn't care what the average is. He don't care what his stats are. All he cares
100.
about is winning. That's all he cares about.
That's the right way to look at it. Now, I've been surveying Johnston's equipment here, and I'm going to go away from the barrels, which deserve their own headline.
125.
But looking at the stem, the flight, and something that you can see in light blue there, it's called a cap.
100.
I just wonder if they're actually made for that type of stem, or whether he's fashioned something that works that wasn't necessarily made for it. When you punch a hole in the flight and you put that bubble or that cap in that hole, you then
100.
thread the flights into the stem after that.
161.
What he's using that bubble or cap for is to stop his points from getting a Robin Hood in the stem.
90.
But I'm convinced that they're not made for that stem, but he's using them anyway.
Sometimes, if the cap fits, the cap fits.
When you said sometimes there, I thought you were going to start rapping off a bit of Jerry Cinnamon.
85.
Which is
Stephen, you require 71.
a tremendous artist from Scotland.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
Sometimes
Stephen Johnston.
you can pick off 71 in 3 darts. Easily like that, and he's just done it. That was a belter.
5th flag. It's Martin to throw first.
But Adams here
Game on.
has the darts to complete what will be his second 4-1 victory of the day. After getting the better of Jack Mayle by that particular scoreline, we'll see him in action up next against Michael Burgoine. And that will complete our second round of
83.
fixtures for our Thursday afternoon session. Remember, Thursday, double session day. We'll be back from 10 p.m. on
60.
the Super Series YouTube channel. And we'll have a brand new host in the box seat.
We've heard back from Luke in the chat. Apparently, 1970s and 1980s darts world.
100.
Well, if you're looking for someone to take them off your hands, look no further. Because there are people here who would love to see those.
140.
So get in touch with us, Luke. We'd love to see them. If you don't want to part with them, we just want to see them. Send them to our social media accounts at MSS Darts, as you can see on our graphic there. We would love to see them.
140.
Especially if they've got some fun pictures in there.
81.
Times when Ronnie Baxter had a moustache and Chris Mason had a ponytail. This is a good performance from Martin, isn't it?
100.
Very steady. 8-ton plus throws, 5 140 plus throws, no 180s, but the epitome
100.
of steady.
Martin,
And he's
you
only
require
2 darts away
78.
from getting a second victory of the day.
And he's going to have 2 in his hand, a double 12 to see the job through. And this will be for successive 4-1 successes. Martin
shot.
Adams
And the
really
match,
is putting in
Martin
some big
Adams.
performances on day 4. He gets the better of Stephen Johnston by 4 legs to 1. And Wolfie is top of the pile. He's the first player to 4 points. He was waiting to allow his opponent off the stage, but Stephen Johnston just making sure the equipment is back in the bag. Martin Adams has got the points in the bag. It's another game in the can. We're going to see Burgoine up against Mayle. It's match number 6 of our afternoon session after this short break. Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break, Martin Adams made it 2 wins from 2 to kickstart his day. He got the better of Stephen Johnston by 4 legs to 1, averaging 85.2, 4 from 6 on his doubles, and his second 101 out of the day. Well, that was an interesting last practice start there from Michael Burgoine as he prepares to take on Jack Mayall. It's the final game from the second round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Both players are going to get their first wins on the board. Burgoine was edged out 4-3 by Martin Turner in his first game of the session, whilst Jack Mayall was on the receiving end of a Martin Adams masterclass, going down 4-1 to Wolfie in the third game of the afternoon session. But what we're going to see in this battle between the man from the northeast and the man from Bedford.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Only one way to find out. This will be the end of round 2. And these guys will know where they stand. Because Adams on 4 points.
60.
He's got the lead. Someone from these two is going to be bottom. But who will it be? And I think for Jack to have a better game here, that first start
100.
has got to be better weight-wise. The line is fine. But the weight of the dart is going to be crucial for him to have success over the next couple of days.
93.
Top half of the treble 20 or just above. That's the key.
$85.
When I say dart player Newcastle, who do you think of?
Chris Dobie.
60.
Technically from Bedlington in Northumberland, but I'll give you that.
Don't go looking at me like that just because you said dart player for Newcastle.
Well, that's like saying you're from Southampton. Same sort of distance.
56.
I'm just saying. Technically, Chris Dobie is a Northumbrian. But he's a very, very
58.
motivated Newcastle United supporter. Jack is from Newcastle. Like Ryan Joyce is from Newcastle. Callan Rids is from Northumberland.
So what you're telling me is Jack Mayall literally lives in Newcastle?
Yes, he's from Newcastle.
40.
You wouldn't want to go up to Glen Durrant and say he's from Sunderland. He'd have your guts for garters.
But he's already tried to punch me once in this commentary box.
Tried?
40.
My point is, Newcastle as a city has produced some brilliant dart players over the years. I'm going to forget about all of the Northumbrians I knocked around with
60.
in the late 90s and early noughties, because the Northumberland county team was littered with people from Newcastle and Northumberland.
100.
In fact, we had some
Jack,
of the ladies squad from County Durham.
160.
But that was a very good team back then. I'll come back to that, because Jack is on a 160. And he's very unfortunate not to get a shot at tops. Now, what does
82.
Burger,
Michael, you require
as he's known
90.
in the chat, do from 90?
He's not going to give himself a dart of the bull, and so Mayall's going to come back for 78.
75.
The ball's though should have hit as well.
Jack, you require
A little wry
78.
smile, perhaps showing the irony of the situation. But Mayall comes back for 78 to break throw in leg 1. It's going to have to be treble 14 now. Do you want to give him a dart at double 16? But he is going to square
38.
himself up for tops
Michael,
upon his
you require
return.
15.
But Burgoyne is going to have to spurn a dart here.
Two fours.
No score.
There it is again. That's
Jack,
the
you
second time it's
require
happened
40.
today. And it has happened a few times over the course of the week.
Game shot on
Tops
the
it is.
first
Mayall
leg.
gets the
Jack
break. He
Mayall.
leads 1-0.
So as far as dart players from Newcastle are concerned,
Second leg.
Ryan
It's Jack
Joyce
to throw first.
is the best player from
Game on.
Newcastle at the minute. He's not in bad form either. Been in a final this year and won a tournament, his second PDC tournament last year, as well as a couple of other finals.
99.
But I want to give, and this is completely selfish of me, but I want to give a mention to 2 people
58.
from Newcastle itself, who I've known a long time. A very, very special lady by the name of Ali Murphy, who is not very well at the minute. Not very well at all.
58.
Highly influential lady captain for Northumberland for a very long time. We wish her well. And her brother Mac Murphy. And if I may go fully honest, what a player. Astonishingly talented. Recently
59.
been through some really tough times. But there's not one memory of Mac Murphy that I have that is bad. They're either astonishing from standard or hilarious. What a bloke.
85.
And I think everybody around this great nation of the United Kingdom should have someone like Mac Murphy in their local teams.
58.
Or indeed their county teams, because local legends, oh yeah, that's exactly what he was and still is.
Well, Mail, 6 starts on 2.59 to take out the second leg, and to back the break, the accrued in leg 1 up
59.
with a hold to put him halfway towards the finishing line. Burgoine needs to hit big here. It's been a game where both players have just struggled to find their mojo a little bit.
140.
But that's more like it for Michael. And just presents 1 or 2 questions of Jack.
You know what, this could almost be the perfect game for Richard Ashdown, our good friend who works in this industry, because he's a big fan
44.
of that word mojo in a Geordie accent.
So what's he got to find?
Mojo. He particularly likes it when it comes from a Brazilian player
85.
called Diogo.
Jack, you require 156.
That one's for you, Rich. And this one is for Jack.
Well, Jack can't find his mojo, but can Michael find his mojo?
Well, I suppose you could say that Mail couldn't find
83.
Jack hit.
Michael, you require 101.
Treble 19. Would have left double 12.
49. Jack, you require 73.
73 for Jack to double his lead. And he's going to have 2 in his hand at double 8. That's
Shot on his
superb.
second leg. Jack Mayo.
Just when things were just slowly simmering in the background, Jack Mayo just found something that
Third
could settle
leg,
himself
it's
down
Michael
in this
to throw
contest.
first.
2 nearly leads.
I
Game
think
on.
what he needs is a leg, something like a 16, 17 darter, just to find a little bit more quality. It's all well and good getting a 2-0 lead.
81.
And winning this game the way he is fine. But in order to contend in this group, you're going to have to find something closer to 15 darts on a more regular basis.
65.
Doesn't need that.
It's not quite as rhythmic as that of the world champion, but if you actually look at the way Jack's
100.
throw goes, it's not too far off Luke Humphreys, where you've got that stand-up back, the release and the fire. It's not too far away. The only difference is Luke's is a bit more rhythmical, whereas Jack just has that little bit of a pause in the middle of the action.
140.
Yeah, his is a bit more robotic and a bit more rangy, whereas Humphreys is a lot more compact. It's all to do with the stance as well, because if you look at the world
60.
number 1, he stands front on, and the toe is front on as well, whereas Maestro's a little bit side on. It's a bit fooling as well, because from this camera angle, we can only see it from one vantage point. If we saw it from the other
140.
side, we get a very different thought process on it.
Mail
95.
156 for a free
Jack, you
zip
require
lead.
156.
And it would be for the double break of throw. And he has got 6 from here. Not to be this time, but he is going to have another crack at it.
100.
And he's going to leave himself on a single to double upon his return. He's on for a potential 14 dart break, is Jack. And this is exactly what you mentioned a couple of seconds ago.
Absolutely. This is the kind of leg he
57.
needs.
Jack, you require 56.
Good scoring. And he's still on a double.
$32.
Doesn't quite take it. He
Michael,
might pay
you
the price
require
for that.
108.
Burgoyne's got form on shots like this week.
Well, both the previous darts are double 12, but not bad at all for Jack.
48.
So this time,
Jack, you
this
require
is going to be under more
24.
surmountable pressure.
Game shot on the
That's
third
tidy.
leg. Jack Mail.
Just when we said he needed something closer to 15 darts, he's got himself a 16, which gives him a 3-0
Fourth
lead.
leg. It's Jack to throw first. Game
He's
on.
one leg away from not being bottom of the table after 2 rounds of play.
Has the darts for the match and for the first 4-0 win of the day.
140.
In fact, the only scorelines we've seen in the first 5 matches of the day are 4-3 and 4-1. Martin Adams winning both his games 4-1, every other game going to a decider.
59.
Just a little tip for anybody getting in touch in our live chat. If you are going to have a pop at the commentators, you aren't going to be getting a mention.
45.
So moving swiftly on, but Fraser Gunn, who is a good friend of ours here at the Modus Super Series and does some great charity work with a bunch of people on social medias. Hope you're well,
43.
Fraser, up there in Scotland. He does indeed make a good point. One of the godfathers of Geordie darts, Graham Stoddart, is from Newcastle. We just call him Sturd.
97.
You could see put Newcastle on the map back in the day. And Graham Stoddart, the first person to play a lady in a World Darts Championship. Gail King back in the day.
140.
And he lost the first set but ended up winning 3-1. So a good mention there for Graham Stoddart, someone who taught me an awful lot when I was younger.
Yeah, 2001. That World Championship at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet.
I remember calling in sick at work so I could watch it. Sorry. Don't follow that example. Stay in school. Stay at work.
59.
Now for Jack Mail,
Jack, you require 86.
every day is a school day when it comes to the hockey, but he may be top of the class as far as this match is concerned. He has been a class above, and this double 16 to seal a 4-0 victory, going through the gears towards the latter half of this contest. But he hasn't
54.
sealed the win as of yet.
Just hasn't been that polished on the outer ring. Not to the degree that he wants to be, but he has taken enough of his opportunities to this point.
98.
Just needs to take one more.
Jack, you require 32.
His doubling's been okay in 3 out of 8. But that's his third mismatched dart. Make that 4.
No score.
Now he's missed a handful of
Michael, you
opportunities
require
to win this contest.
102.
Well, now he's running the risk of losing this 4th leg, and we've seen on a couple of occasions this week people being 3-0 up but ended up playing in a 7th leg. Double top.
82.
Chance was there.
Jack, you require
Now
32.
Jack's got to find his way to the win.
And this
Game
time it's
shot
there.
and the match.
And Jack Mail
Jack
picks the
Mail.
points up. He gets the better of Michael Burgoine by 4 legs to 0. A contest where Jack Mail just went through the gears in the last couple of legs. This is becoming a trend where everybody just does like a W towards the camera. 4-0 Mail after the break. Roes against Adams. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon in Group C. Before the break, we saw Jack Mail get the better of Michael Burgoine by 4-0. So far, so good as far as Martin Adams is concerned, winning each of his opening 2 matches by 4-1. It is he who is in command of proceedings at the top of the table, and it is he who we're going to see in action up next as he takes on Bradley Roes, who has won 1, lost 1 as far as today is concerned, and both of his matches have gone to last leg deciders. He lost to Stephen Johnston 4-3 in match 1 before reversing those fortunes against Martin Turner in the 4th match of the AM session on this Thursday at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As for Martin Adams, well, after a couple of concerns yesterday, he has most certainly turned his fortunes around. 2 victories, 2 good performances as well for the 3-time BDO World Champion. He very much looks
First
in the swing of
leg,
things.
It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I like that phrase. It's not used enough these days. In the swing of things. Probably going back to the Great Gatsby for things like that. But you're absolutely right, Henry, because he is in the swing of things. The only person to have won his 2 games so far. If he can make it 3 and get a 3rd win against Bradley this week, things are looking bright for Wolfie. And let's face facts. If you are
100.
already planning to come here on Saturday night, or harbour ambitions of getting here Saturday night, you might want to see Martin Adams up close. Well, let's face it.
98.
He started pretty brightly, so get yourself onto dartshop.tv or use that QR code there to pre-book your tickets for a £2 booking fee and think positive thoughts. And you may just see Wolfie come Saturday night.
41.
Still going for his first weekly title here in Portsmouth.
Well, you could see, potentially, 2 Lakeside champions on Saturday night, because both these players
28.
have won World Championship titles on the Lakeside stage. Of course, Martin Adams famously 3 times in the BDO World Championship. Meanwhile, Bradley Roes, the first ever WDF Boys World Champion. And in matter of fact, Martin Adams commentated on the game
140.
in which Bradley won the World Championship title in, when he got the better of Charlie Large in the final.
Who is not from that far away from here.
99.
Or is from not far from here, if I get my words correct.
Waterloo, which isn't too far from Portsmouth.
It's not in Portsmouth.
Literally.
Genuinely.
60.
Funny enough, that boys' title, we haven't really spoken about that this week. They ran it in 1986. And then it wouldn't run again until 2015.
133.
Really interesting,
Martin, you
that.
require 160.
First ever winner, Mark Day. Very clever man. Clever boy back then. Beat Lee Woodrow 3-1.
60.
He was a fabulous player.
Bradley, you
Played for
require
Buckinghamshire.
46.
Wonderful player. Tops for Bradley.
6.
Goes further away, giving
Martin, you
Adams a bit of a
require
freebie.
100.
There's going to be no tops here, I promise you that. It's going to be 60 double 10.
$90.
Good attempt. Bradley
you
thought that was
require
going.
40.
I think a lot of people did. Takes his time. And he hasn't been close on the 3 darts at tops yet. That's a bit closer, but
20.
even double 10 doesn't get him out of jail, and
Martin,
he is
you require
seething.
10.
I don't blame him, but he's got to internalise that right now because the
Gate
leg is
shot on
over.
the first leg, Martin Adams.
Well, you mentioned that World Youth Championship. They did dissolve it, and there was a long time where
Second
the
leg, it's
World
Martin to
Youth
throw
Masters
first.
was effectively thought
Game
of
on.
as the World Youth Championship for a very, very long time, as Bradley shakes his head in the background. The reigning champion in that WDF Boys World Championship, incidentally, is Bradley van der Velden, who
140.
won that title by getting the better of Adam D in the final by 3-0 at the Lakeside back in December.
Yeah, they've had some good champions in that event.
59.
Josh Richardson back in 2016, beating Jordan Boyce 3-2. That was a close final. But after that, we witnessed brilliance from Justin Van Tachau,
100.
beating Nathan Gervin and Killian Heffernan in 2 consecutive finals. And my word, what a talent Justin was. I don't know what he's doing now. I sincerely hope he comes back into big-time darts because he was so talented. And then came Nathan Gervin losing in another final. And then Keane Barry winning in 2020. The opponent of both of those players, Leighton Bennett. I wonder who's going to be in the final this year. Time will tell. Good darts there from Bradley. I like the route.
Martin, you
And
require
even when he don't get
161.
exactly what you want, at least he was doing the right thing.
So Adam 6-1, 6-1 to make it 2-0.
$60.
Well, Martin Adams has hit a 101 checkout in both of his opening 2 matches today. He could make it a hat-trick here.
100. Martin, you require 101.
It'll be something if he gets one in every game. Can still get it. There it is.
65.
You just thought it was going to go.
Bradley, you require 110.
Just come to expect it of Martin over a number of years. 110 though for Bradley. Double 18. No, I decided to stay there. So Adams is going to return for double 18.
90. Martin, you require
He's already
36.
pushed the wire on it. But now he comes back for it once again. Like the Renegade Master. 2 9s.
18.
Pushing wires on the wrong
Bradley, you
side.
require 20.
And Bradley, who could have taken that first leg, now has an opportunity to take leg 2.
Well, he bit his flights in the background.
Another might look like blueberries, but they're not very tasty.
15.
He is handing more
Martin, you
chances to
require
Adams.
18.
Right now, if you put a punching bag in the middle of the floor, he'd go and punch it.
But also, Bradley's shown all the distress signals. But Adams can't take advantage of the opportunity. And
10.
Roes is getting
Bradley, you
reprieves.
require 5.
Which early on today, Martin Adams wasn't handing out. Not often do you get 7 visits against the throw to break Martin Adams, but Bradley's been given that opportunity, and he has
Game shot on
taken the
second leg,
opportunity
Bradley Roes.
to break Adams back and to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Dutch players really like that World Boys Championship, don't they? With Justin and Bradley and the defending champion that you've just mentioned. But there's another person who's won it as well, Colin Rulofs.
60.
But he's someone who's won the World Boys Championship and the World Masters Boys. Now, when he won the World Masters Boys, does anybody remember who he beat in the final? Someone from Bedlington, not Newcastle.
123.
Callan Rids is who he beat in the final by 4-1. There were some names in that tournament, I can assure you, because it was
41.
10 years ago. Rids, Roloffs, Reese Griffin. Remember him from last year? He's on the tour now. And here's a few more for you. Michael Verburg,
100.
World Junior Champion. Rusty Jake Rodriguez. He's been here and a former World Junior Champion. And a certain Ted Everts.
108.
Well, so talking about World Youth Championships, of course, the girls' World Youth Championship became something for the WTF and they took over the Lakeside in 2022, and it's a Aurora Fujisato, who is the reigning champion of that competition. Won by 2-0 in the final
100.
back in December.
I don't think she would be the worst addition to another Women's Week if we had one.
60.
Been doing great things for Italian darts as a whole, as that young lady.
Well, Italian darts is in the best place it's ever been.
Oh, that's a good tone.
Bradley, you require 160.
Could be a chance. And quite a few people have been on 160 today, but nobody's taken it. And that will remain the case.
100. Martin, you require 78.
78 for Martin to break the throw of Bradley and to put himself 2-1 up in the contest. But he's missed the big number. He's going to have to try and recover a dart 2. He's not going to. And so Bradley, who conceivably
38.
could and should be 2-0 down in this contest,
60.
could find himself 2-1 up.
Try and get past that if you dare. And of course he dares. But he doesn't hit. At least now there's nothing in the way of 10s. And a very good shot that is.
Third leg, Bradley Roes.
Martin Adams has conceded as many legs in this match as he did in his
Fourth
previous
leg,
2
it's Martin
combined.
to throw first. Game on.
It's being played at a very medium pace. You wouldn't classify this as early 90s West Indian bowling, would you?
90.
No fast-paced stuff here. This is very deliberate. This is how they play the game.
And there's no sandpaper on the stage either.
100.
Nope, that was another country, wasn't it? Less said about that, the better. I see people who meet Martin for the first time and
41.
they look at him and they think, that's Martin Adams. Wow. Look at the impression you've had on the game. On so many people over the last 30 years. Because he's been playing in World Championships
93.
for 30 years. I wonder if there's anybody out there that he has met on his travels. Someone of real note that has made him feel the way that other people have felt about him.
55.
But he once won a doubles charity tournament, a celebrity doubles charity tournament with Lee Mack.
Yeah, Lee likes his darts.
84.
Funny man, does a lot of 8 out of 10 cats does countdown. Very funny bloke.
Well, this is the impression that Martin Adams has had on the sport. These are the viewing figures for the World Championship finals that he won. 3.3 million in 2007, 3.1 million
83.
in 2010, 2.3 million in 2011, and the World final he lost to Scott Mitchell, 2 million people watched that game.
That's why a lot of people know who Martin is.
100.
And he's still seen as a scalp. Even at the age of 68, people still want to say, I played Martin Adams and I won. And Bradley at the age of 19,
53.
he was barely
Bradley
out of
require
nappies
124.
when Martin Adams became a world champion. In fact, he was probably still in them. He's going to stay up top, try and line up double 12.
60.
No such luck. Or should I say no such joy, because luck has nothing to do with it. But this game is starting to get away from Martin if he's not careful.
96. Bradley requires
A game
64.
which, in the early portion of, he was in full control of. But tops here for Bradley
Game shot on
means
the
that he's
fourth flag,
3-1 up.
Bradley Roes.
And is now throwing to win the contest.
He could even the ledger for
Fifth
the week.
flag, it's Bradley to throw
Because
first.
like we mentioned at the start of the game,
Game on.
it's 2-1 Wolfie for the week. 4-3 Martin on Monday, 4-2 Martin on Tuesday, and Bradley turned things around yesterday by winning 4-1.
And let's not forget also the consequences this will have on the league table. If Adams had won this game, he would have been on 6 points and
82.
Okay, there would have been a couple of fixtures in this round. He would have been 4 points clear. However, a win for Roes here would mean that him and Adams would both be on 4 points. There's an opportunity for Jack Mayle and Martin Turner to move on to 4 points in the next match, and Stephen Johnston to move on to 4
100.
points if he gets the better of Michael Burgoine. And so there's a potential situation here where there could be 4 players tied on 4 points at the top of the table after 3 rounds of matches.
It wouldn't be a shock.
99.
Not in a group like this, where there is no massive favourite. I mean, we do have a favourite, but he's already lost to this man, seen as the second favourite for the group.
80.
It's starting to happen to him as well. But I think this group is going to come down to 1 win at the end. It could come down to a fixture like this,
43.
which will be in the middle of the schedule again tomorrow. If you think about it well in advance, Adam's last match tomorrow will be against Jack Mayle, and that will be game number 28
95.
of 30. Burgoine will take on Turner in their last match tomorrow, and Johnston has got the last match against
45.
Roes. I wonder if it's going to come down to that game, as Bradley just shakes his wrist out there on the stage, and that has been a source of real pain for him this week.
Well, it's felt like half the
100.
field at some point have had some kind of distress with one part of the body. Might as well have hired a physio in the practice room.
Just look at that wrist going forward.
60.
He's trying not to do
Martin, you require
it. What's natural to him is to let the wrist go and flop over. But he's trying to control it a bit more. He has not taken his eye off that bullseye since he hit that 19.
101.
See a shot, hit a shot. That's how he plays the game.
Subscribe to the mantra of if it's there to be taken, he will take it.
60. Martin,
And
you
this
require
25 is there for the
25.
taking. And I mean that Bradley will be there for the breaking. But he's missed the big number. And so it's only going to be a solitary dart at double 4.
21.
Which doesn't go. This would be some
Bradley,
way
you
to win it.
require 112.
For the best finish in the match by some distance, he needs to find a 60. There it is.
80.
And he almost finds the other part of
Martin,
the
you
equation as
require
well.
4.
So to keep this contest going, Adams won his first 2 matches by 4 legs to 1. If he missed this double one, he could be on the cusp of a reverse scoreline. He doesn't
No
find
score.
it, and Bradley is back for the match.
Bradley, you require 32.
Adam's undefeated streak could be over.
Game shot and the match.
He is defeated for the
Bradley
first
Roes.
time in this group by the young Dutchman, who now joins him on 4 points. Not the kind of performance that he wanted, but still the kind of result he wanted, that's for sure. There you can see the stats from that game, but the most important one, it is at the top, because Bradley wins by 3 legs, and he is now 2 wins from 3 here on Thursday. Thank you for joining us once again here at the Modus Super Series. Martin Turner returns to the Ocky now to play our sandwich game of the day, the one that's right in the middle. He's up against Jack Mail. They've both got a win. So who's going to get themselves to 4 points to join Adams and Roes, who are not only at the top tied on 4 points, but also tied in leg difference at +3. These two are right in the middle of the table as well. Both on 2 points. Very similar leg difference. Jack in third as it stands. And Turner, who does have the darts in this contest, will be looking to overtake him by beating him in the middle match of today's Group C session. Turner came out the victor against Burgoine in game number 2 by 4 legs to 3, but then suffered a 4-3 defeat at the hands of the now table topper Bradley Roes. Standard-wise today, Henry, things have been fairly predictable. Somewhere around that high 70s, early 80s mark. Are we looking for people to maybe find a bit more at this stage of the day?
It feels like everybody's playing to the numbers that we've come to expect, but maybe with the exception of Stephen Johnston, whose average in terms of his annual stats are just a little bit higher. But I think it's fair to say everybody's playing to type today, and it's no wonder that we have a tight group as a consequence of it. But whatever's happened in the break has just seemed to have turned on Martin Turner a little bit. He's got out the gate very quickly here. Leaving 96 after 9.
97. Martin, you require 96.
This would be some start. That first dart is quite handy to glide over the top with dart 2. And that's what he tried to do.
56.
He'll take that. He tops after 12. I've said for years, somebody needs to put that on a T-shirt. That'd be a great darting T-shirt. Tops after 12.
Bit like T after 3.
40. Martin, you require 40. Game
there you go.
First leg, Martin
1-0 after 13.
It's like that age-old debate. Is it tea or dinner?
Second leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Is it a bun or a cob? I mean...
Scone or scone?
That's a scone. Because the late Queen said scone.
61.
End of discussion.
See, I think it's a scone until I eat it, because once I've eaten it, it's scone.
No, you are wrong. I know you're trying to make a joke,
45.
but it's a scone. If you think otherwise, you're wrong. I suppose that time of day where a scone wouldn't
96.
go amiss, actually. However, the hunger on the stage is all about victory.
120.
And that leads me to a very interesting comment in our chat, because someone has talked about the deflections that people have had this week. And someone has said that they use foldable flights, and they very, very, very rarely get those kind of deflections. Now, these flights, which are moulded and are kept at perfect right angles, they are very fashionable at the minute, but they do have their drawbacks. You can see that Jack has got
100.
foldable flights. That's where the flight can be taken out, folded flat and put back in a darts case, whereas these ones have to go into a certain mould to keep their integrity. And whether you like it or not, whether you work in the industry or not, those moulded ones do cause more flight deflections than foldables.
100.
We were mentioning a second or two ago about possibly players looking to up the ante. Well, in this game, it's most certainly the case. Turn averaging just under
44.
a ton. Jack Mail, 97, looking
84.
to square this contest up at 1 apiece. 84 is what he's looking at. It may just be a dart of the bull. It's going to be a dart of double 11. Better prize,
62.
but not a better outcome.
Martin, you require 132.
Do they have champagne in Yorkshire?
64.
Or would they rather have a pint of bitter?
Jack, you require 22.
I'll have to ask Martin later. Some people in sport don't even drink the champagne. They just spray it. What a waste.
No score.
And that might be a waste right there for Jack.
Requires 68.
So he went for the lefties double six. This other lefty's going for fives and takes a 2-0 lead. Chances squandered by the Geordie. And the Yorkshireman, the Minster man, is halfway to victory already.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
In Yorkshire, you can have Tetleys, but you won't be able to drive for the rest of the day.
100.
Well, these two are from the north of England, and they have things attached to where they're from,
100
which are world famous. Not just dart players.
60.
I make that Jack Mail's first 180 of the day. It's taken him a few matches to get it, but now that he's got one, he can try and remember the ingredients
57.
that it took to get it and hopefully get some more. Well, what's the most world famous thing that's come from Yorkshire then? That everybody knows worldwide? Yorkshire pudding?
42.
Up there.
You thinking something else? Yorkshire tea?
Would probably be top of the list.
Technically not English because
82.
it comes from a different country, but just assembled in this country.
They've got some famous sports clubs, of course. Headingley Cricket Ground. Of course, Leeds Rhinos Rugby League team. You've got some famous football clubs in that particular part of the world. Some very famous clubs in that part of the world. Leeds United, of course, the last ever side from
90.
Yorkshire to win the top
Martin,
division
you require
title.
160.
Back in the early 90s, when Gordon Strachan played for them. And Lee Chapman, I believe.
100.
They did something which I
Jackie
don't think will
required
ever,
92.
ever be done again. And that's win the second division followed by the top division in successive seasons. Jack Mail looking for the 92. That was actually the year Leeds United won the title.
60.
But that side of the board
Martin,
has
you
cost Jack
require
Mail an
60.
awful lot. It might just cost him a second consecutive leg.
Game shot
Oh,
on
that's
the third
thunderous
leg.
doubling
Martin Turner.
from Martin Turner. He is leaving Jack feeling sick.
Fourth flag. It's Jack to throw first.
What's the most famous Newcastle
on.
thing worldwide then, apart from Newcastle United? It's probably the ale.
Yep. Sam Fender.
60.
17 going under.
Have you listened to the lyrics of that song?
Yes. At least I listened to a fair bit of Sam Fender.
140.
Yeah, listen to the lyrics again intently, because they tell a story. And for anybody who is from that part of the world, there are certain acts,
96.
like Sam Fender, very recently, that they are culturally very appropriate. People like Sting, Dire Straits,
85.
Lindisfarne, Jimmy Neal. Now, Jimmy Neal gets a bit of stick because of some of the hits he had, but he had something called Big River.
58.
That song is actually one of my Desert Island discs because it's almost a political protest song about the Tories from when they abolished the shipyards back in the 90s.
45.
As a matter of fact, Leeds United won the First Division title in 1992. What was the last First Division match, the last
40.
ever game in the top flight of English football to be screened on free-to-air television until 2020 when the BBC accrued some rights during the COVID lockdown. ITV actually
57.
originally... Here's a story for you, very quickly, because Martin's about to win this match. Possibly. ITV actually won the original rights deal for the Premier League, but Lord Sugar, Alan Sugar, who obviously owned satellite dishes, said, no,
57.
put it onto Sky. Sky paid less money, but won the rights, and it's never gone off Sky since. ITV originally won the rights to the Premier League.
You're quite proud of that, aren't you? He's sitting back in his chair as Henry Deacon right now saying, I told you that. Yeah, I'm feeling quite smart.
98.
I tell you who's feeling smarter than him right now, Martin Turner, because he's 76 away from winning. This will be a dramatic turnaround for Jack because he won his last game 4-0. He might just be about to lose one by the same scoreline.
76.
And this would get Turner cascading up the table.
56.
But the tops doesn't go, and
Jackie
all Jack
requires
may have,
90.
as he's on checkmate, is a solitary dart of the bull. May not even get that. He's going to have to recover with dart 2. 89 left. Jumper 19 would have given him a dart of double 16, but Turner's going to be back for double 10 to
53.
complete a
Martin, you require
4-0 victory. Which will put him on to 4 points.
shot,
And
and the
4
match,
points he's on.
Martin
And
Turner.
Martin Turner gets the better of Jack Mayle to 0. A good performance that from the Yorkshireman. Average just under 86. The doubling impressive as well. Everybody's giving the celebrations to the cameras now, aren't they? That the tail of the tape from that particular contest. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Stephen Johnston and Michael Burgoine in action. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We're about to kickstart match 9 of our afternoon session. Before the break, we saw Martin Turner get the better of Jack Mayle by 4 legs to 0 with an average of 85.89, 4 from 6 on the doubles. Good performance from Turner, who's now top of the table. And so our final game from the third round of fixtures sees Michael Burgoine and Stephen Johnston go toe-to-toe on the Oggy. A win for Johnston in this one would see 4 players tied at the top on 4 points. Burgoine looking to get his first win of the day. So the final game from our
First
third
leg,
round
it's Stephen
of
to throw
fixtures.
first. Game on.
Let's see what happens in this one.
Burgoine is losing time. He's losing ground.
134.
And this is not the time to be playing Stephen Johnston, who is looking to bounce back after defeat. He has been experiencing a little bit of discomfort over the last 24 hours, Michael. And I believe he's been trying to do everything he can to make sure he's in condition to play it.
140.
The one thing he's got to do in this game is just try and keep the pace of the game not too fast, because it looks like Stevie wants to get on with it.
Stevie's got to be in his bonnet.
81. 100.
This is better.
140.
It's good stuff, but
Stephen, you
Stevie's
require
already on a finish.
127.
A famous one.
102.
Almost did a Billy the Kid there from Young Guns 2. Yoo-hoo! I'll make you famous.
140.
Now he's got to
Stephen,
clean
you
up.
require
And that's what a 25 checkout is all about. If you leave yourself on 25, it's because you've missed the bull. And you do have to clean up.
17.
Clean up he doesn't.
Michael, you require
That was all
80.
due to missing that single 9. Now, is this leg Burgoine?
60. Stephen, you require
Apparently
8.
not. It is gone now, thanks to double 2. Not the way that Johnston wanted to win the leg, but he'll be thankful he's got it anyway.
Second leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Darts can be very hard when you're playing 5 straight days. If you're one of those people who think that throwing 25 games of best of 7 is easy, think again. These two players know exactly what it's about because they've both done it before. I just wonder if Stephen's got more of a chance of making Saturday for the first time through one group or 2.
60.
Well, it's the first time that we've seen Stephen play just the one group because both his previous appearances have been the full week.
He's from an area of Scotland that
85.
has got an awful lot of talent over the years, not just from the Johnston family, and not just the obvious talents
85.
as well. Your Robert Thorntons, but from the southwest of Scotland, I used to room with a guy from Glasgow who
45.
was very good. Doesn't play a great deal these days. Spends most of his time on social media talking about the New York Jets, in fact. My good pal Chris Loudon.
40.
Very good player he was. Around 12, 13 years ago. But wherever you go in Scotland,
57.
no matter where you go, you're going to
Stephen,
run
you
into someone who's
require
world
76.
class. Can he mop up on the 75? Let's find out.
42.
Not this time, and he wasn't pleased about that.
Michael, you require 114.
Can he find the 54? This shot is off.
58.
And now double
Stephen, you
17.
require 34.
Or the other one.
Game shot on a second
Good
leg.
choice.
Stephen Johnston.
Great execution. 2-0. And Stephen Johnston is looking to join the party on 4 points.
Third
but at the
leg,
minute,
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
we are assured of having Martin Turner at the top of the table come round number 4.
He's kind of gone under the radar, but he shouldn't have done when you consider what he has achieved in recent times. Maybe the fact that he hasn't been here recently, maybe he's just gone under the radar, gone off the radar a
43.
little bit.
Yeah, I think there are people out there who harbour headlines and attention more than others. I think the reason we were talking about Stevie a bit more this morning is because of what happened here last time. Losing out to Daryl Pilgrim in Group A, and then in Group B, in that ridiculously strong group with Adams and Sykes.
137.
The talent was sprayed everywhere in that group.
100.
I think he's just trying to figure out why some of his darts are not planting in the board the way he wants. Those last two didn't go in anywhere near where he wanted.
57. Stephen, you require
So 161 for Johnston for a freeze-it plead. And I reckon he would have gone for the bullseye as
97.
well if he got the treble.
Oh, yeah. He is staring down that dartboard like he's got vengeance on his mind.
140.
Vengeance is a very strong motive.
Stephen, you require 64.
Double top. Oh, it's a bad last start. Not only
Michael,
does he
you require
miss,
124.
but if he comes back, it's harder than it should have been. Let's see if he does come back. He does now.
Michael has been
56.
sticking with Stephen, but been
Stephen, you
sticking with
require
him on the
35.
outskirts. This for 3-0. Double 16 is found. There has been a couple of fallibilities on the doubles for Stephen Johnston, but he has found his third leg-winning double, his 12th attempt of the match. And Burgoine has it all to do from here.
Game on.
Johnston a leg away from a comprehensive win.
We might even get a carbon copy performance from Johnston compared to Turner in the last match.
83.
Could be a 4-0 victory. And average-wise, it's not that different from what Martin Turner just did. He's not going to equalise the doubling of Turner in the last match because that was excellent.
81.
4 from 6. Not a massive amount of maximums today either. None in this game. And in total,
60.
We've only had 9. And in Group A, that's one strength they did have. There was an awful lot of maximums.
27.
But when Sykes is around, you tend to get a lot anyway.
The maximum magnet. Talking to maxis.
121.
Okay, maybe not. But he's left himself on 180.
Well, you just want to get rid of the 1. You've got to hit it at some point, right? Just get it out the way.
But what he has done is he's given himself an opportunity to leave himself tops after 12. To win the match, to win 4-0. It's been a good
94.
performance this from Stephen.
Steady, without being spectacular. Michael would love a max here to leave double 18. Good response. Bad second dart, but the third one, brilliant. And could it be a bit of a reprieve for the Burger boy
you require 95.
to get into this match and just start asking some questions? Now, he can go double-double here, but this week he hasn't really been going that route much.
But he has. But he can't quite get. And so Johnston will go a turn for double 10 to complete this contest 4-0. And a 4-0 win it will be for the Scot. Stephen Johnston gets the better of Michael Burgoine. It means it's 2 wins from 3 for the Scot, who was quoted as the bookmaker's favourite before a dart was thrown. 87.13 the average in the end. 4 from 13 in the doubling department. And our 10th game, the first game of the 4th round, sees 2 players on 4 points going toe-to-toe. Martin Adams and Martin Turner will duel on the stage. The victor will top the pile temporarily.
3 rounds down and 2 to go. And we have plenty of people who are doing pretty well today. Stevie Johnston has won the first game, as you can see, against Bradley Roes, and he's won the last game as well against Michael Burgoine by 4-0. Predominantly today, we're seeing a lot of strength on the left-hand side, which signifies a lot of strength when people have the darts. And that is what we've got in the table. 4 players on 4 points. Martin Turner, closely followed by Roes, Adams and Johnston. Jack Mail has a win, but Burgoyne does not after 3 rounds of play. But now we go to round 4, and it's Turner against Adams, the Battle of the Martins, to see who goes top provisionally before we see the rest of the talent in this round.
I have a prediction as to who wins this game.
Don't say Martin.
Okay, moving on. Well, there was a lot of positive signs for Martin Turner in his game against Jack Mail. 4-0 victory in that contest. Average just under 86, 4 from 6 on the doubles. He's been playing at a level today which has been ascertainable, you'd sense. Adams got off to a very quick start. 93.34 average against Jack Mail. Before then, an 85.2 against Stephen Johnston. Dovetailed a little bit against Bradley in that 4-1 defeat. But one thing we do know about games involving Martin Adams, they tend to go very quick.
He'd like to keep this trend going of winning 4-0 with the darts.
108.
Now, wouldn't it be something today if he was to find a 9-dart leg on the anniversary of actually hitting a 9-darter from 9 years ago? 9 years ago? Get it? Oh, well, there goes that.
Well, one can dream.
And we will continue to dream all week. But it would be somewhat symbolic if he was to do it today. Now, if you are ardent fans of the Modus Super Series and watched us in our previous studio, do you remember who Adams hit his 9-dart legs against in the previous studio? Now, come on. No cheating. No going to the internet to find out. Rack your brains, people.
140.
I know who refereed them.
Haven't got a clue.
96. Martin, you require 96.
But we'll give you the answer in the next leg. It might be as little as 2 darts from now, but I'm not going to give you much time. Not enough time to go and use a search engine. Beautiful leg. 12 darter from that man. And he imposes himself in just 4 visits. So one of them was against a dart player that can't play here at the minute because he's on the tour. And it's a guy who used to like yellow socks.
81.
Scott Williams. That's one. And the other one is?
Jamie Caven.
Oh, there you go. Haven't seen a great deal of Jabba playing darts. He spends more time these days doing exhibitions, and he works for the Professional Dart Players Association as well, doing a fine job.
Both of those 9-dart legs were commentated by Chris's.
96.
One by Chris Murphy, one by Chris Mason, and both of those 9-dart legs were refereed by Owen Baines. The man from Colchester.
100.
Never come up, that. The fact he's from Colchester.
He never mentions he's from Colchester or he supports a local football team, does he?
41.
There are some people who wear dart shirts, and we can't ignore the fact of where they're from. But Adams is all about having a different dart shirt every single day.
21.
It's all about being selfless and raising awareness for other people. Today it's Macmillan, who are one of the best charities around anywhere. If you were going to wear a dart shirt for charity, Henry, who would you wear it for?
Alzheimer's Society. Family reasons.
Yeah, do a bit of work for the Salvation Army at Christmas
83.
time, and
Martin, you require 149.
huge advocate for Battersea Dogs Home and the cats. Don't forget about the cats. They do great work. And one of their
95.
ambassadors was actually in town yesterday, the Queen Consort, Camilla. Yeah, Portsmouth had some incredible remembrance yesterday for D-Day and those
45. Martin, you require
memories
54.
and chats and celebrations of things that happened 80 years ago will continue over the weekend, and we will honour them as well here in Portsmouth.
36. Martin, you require 152.
This would be something. It would have been something. Is Martin Turner going to go for
60.
double nine?
Martin, you
or is he going to split
18.
this? His eyes will tell us the truth. He's going straight for it.
He eyes it up, and he
Big
takes
shot on
it,
the second leg,
and he levels up.
Martin Turner.
One apiece.
Third leg, it's Martin Adams to throw first. Game on.
It's a referee's nightmare, this, isn't it, when someone's got the same first name? Imagine what it's like to referee a world final when it's Michael Smith versus Michael Van Gerwen.
Of course, this year, Luke Humphreys against Luke Littler.
So if we're going to get
97.
the same again, come the start of 2025, but with a different name, who could it be?
Simon Whitlock and Simon Adams, and I'd be all here for it.
140.
Yeah, Simon Whitlock should be there, but it's not a foregone conclusion. But he will be at the World Cup in a few weeks' time because he will play
26.
with Damon Heta for Australia, and as an ever-present, Whitlock will continue to be a World Cup legend.
125.
Brendan Dolan will be there for Northern Ireland. He's an ever-present as well. If I do remember rightly, I think Mincer Sudovic is too. He was definitely in the first one. I don't think he's been outside of the Austrian team at any point.
43.
No, not that I can remember, no, because you would have thought the only time that would have happened is if Ralby John and Lurchbacker would have played with each other, but I don't think they have.
No, I don't think they did.
82.
He's had a fair few teammates, hasn't he? And think about the amount of teammates that Martin Adams has had for England over the years. My word. That would be a great number to know. If anybody can figure it out, how many teammates
85.
has Adams had in
Martin,
his
you
England
require
career?
154.
It's got to be over 150. Just like that shot was.
98.
Well, Turner threatening the breaker throw here to move 2-1 in front, halfway towards the victory post. He'd be the first player on to 6 points. The winner of this game will be the
23.
first player on
Martin, you
to
require
6 points in
56.
this group. And he's going to have time on his side. Up for tops. Double tennis
Game
foul.
shot on the
15
third
darts for
leg,
Turner to
Martin
break the
Turner.
throw of Adams. It's the man from Yorkshire that leads the man from Cambridgeshire by 2 legs
Fourth
to
leg,
1.
it's Martin Turner to throw first.
Well, let's play a little
Game
game,
on.
shall we? Because we're at the middle part of this match. As much as Turner wants to get rid of it as soon as possible,
97.
pick a competition that Adams has played in an England shirt. So, home internationals, Europe Cup, World Cup. Pick one.
Let's go British internationals.
Okay.
85.
Pick a year he played between 1990 and 2019. A year that actually qualifies.
1997.
45.
Want to hazard a guess who was in the team with him?
Chris Mason.
No.
Kevin Painter.
95.
No.
Andy Fordham.
Correct.
100.
Andy Fordham was in that team. Let's see if you can get one more.
Steve Beaton.
Correct. Well done. You also got the likes of Colin Monk, Ian Brand, Ronnie
62.
Baxter, Mervyn King, Dennis Ovens, Dave Lee. Some great players in there. What a team.
97, that would have been around the time Colin Monk won the World Masters, wouldn't it?
Correct, yeah. Colin Monk was one of the best players in the world back then. And this was well before, in fact, 10 years before Wolfie would become a world champion. That was just before a certain Raymond van Barneveld popped.
97. Martin, you require
Speaking of pop,
120.
this is, I suppose, classified as a pop.
Bit like a tube of your favourite crisp. Once you pop, you can't stop.
60.
He's only had half a can.
Did you see that news story the other week where somebody stole a tube of said crisp, and they genuinely said to the police once they stole about 3 tubs of this particular crisp brand, once I popped, I couldn't stop, was the statement they sent to the police officer.
26. Martin, you require 60.
I have no comment. That's what he should have said. 20 for tops. Doesn't rhyme with pops.
Game shot on a
But that's
fourth
brilliant
leg,
from Turner.
Martin Turner.
He's taking the lead here. He's playing the better darts. He's now got 3 opportunities of
Fifth
getting 2 more
flag, it's
points.
Martin Adams to throw first.
He was top at the start of the
on.
match. He could remain at the top at the end, but with his first 2-point buffer of the day.
$100.
Do you want to play that game one more time? Pick another competition.
Okay, let's go WDF World Cup.
95.
Now we have to pick a year where he played in the team.
Odd numbered year?
Yeah, you've got a choice of 95, 99, 01, 03 or 11.
03, let's go 03. It was the year my younger brother was born.
26. $140.
Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to save it for his next match. Who do you think was in that team in 2003? Because if you remember rightly, if you've got a little bit of
40.
darts knowledge, the World Cup teams only consisted of 4 players. Who was in the 2003 England World Cup team?
108.
And remember, that was just after the Skull 6. Turner's hit a max to leave himself on a finish for the match, and a 4-1 win against Martin Adams. In fact, every single game Martin's played today, one way or another, has ended in a 4-1 scoreline, and it looks like it's going to be the same case here.
95.
This is for a
Martin,
potential
you require
11 darter
86.
to win the match. An average of 91.69. This has been superb for Martin Turner,
Game shot,
who's turning
and
the
the match,
tide. It's an
Martin
86
Turner.
out for an 11 dart leg to get the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1. And it's the man from Yorkshire who salutes us. And he is the man at the top of the pile. He beats Adams by 4 legs to 1 with a 92.71 average, 44% on the doubles. A really good performance. He really was the Mutts Nuts there, wasn't he? Coming up next, Michael Burgoine against Bradley Roes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we enter match 11 of our afternoon session of the live lounge in Porter. Before the break, Martin Turner returned to the top of the table, getting the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1. Good performance, averages under 93, 4 from 9 on the doubles. He is the first player to move on to 6 points, but he could have company by the end of this game, because Bradley Roes takes on Michael Burgoine. A win for the young Dutch talent would mean that he would join the Yorkshireman on 3 wins from 4 matches. And then there's a possibility that Stephen Johnston could do exactly the same if he gets the better of Jack Mail in the game that follows this one. We could conceivably, by the time we enter the final round of fixtures, enter a state of table separation.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first.
Alternatively,
Game on.
things could be very congealed and Martin Turner would be in full control.
Regardless of what happens in this game, he is in control now. And you have to pay tribute to
100.
the Minster man, because his doubles today have been excellent. He's won 15 legs and only had 36 darts at a double.
100.
That's really good. For someone who hasn't been here for a while as well.
60.
That's even more impressive. Yorkshire might be having a very good day again here at the Modus Super Series.
100.
Well, that's another day where darts has hit the headlines. Nice to see Neil Morpay with a picture on social media of him with 3 darts in hand. Must be watching the Super Series this afternoon. Nothing to do with
140.
James Madison's England omission.
Handbags out, Deacon. Handbags out.
100.
Yeah, interesting omissions from that squad by the looks of it. We can all have our own opinions, but I think if England go on to win the Euros, the last
134.
person who's going to be laughing is Mr. Southgate, isn't he? Well, time will tell.
100. Michael, you require 67.
Treble 17. Now he's got options. He's going to go for tops.
47.
Now
Bradley,
a
you
chance for
require
Bradley, who has
101.
had a decent afternoon so far. And he has been picking pockets. This is interesting. Double 12. You don't see many people go that
89.
route.
Michael, you require 20.
Double 10 for the Burger Boy. Up for 5s.
15.
Inside. And Ruiz is
Bradley,
back for
require
double 6
12.
to take out leg 1 against the Burgoyne throw. That may not be the worst guide for him. Perfect
Shot
guide
on the
for
first
him.
leg,
Bradley
Roes.
breaks. He leads 1-0.
You do wonder how much of
Second
this
leg,
Burgoyne
it's
can
Bradley to
take.
throw first.
Now it's starting to feel
Game on.
very similar to the last time he was here. He beat Bradley yesterday to make sure he wasn't bottom of the table, which gave him that little bit of progression in his darts career here in Portsmouth.
134.
But at the minute, he might be being left behind again in a Group C situation. And Saturday is looking less likely now than it was at the start of play.
43.
Bradley's record of making it through to
60.
Saturday nights at the Super Series is almost perfect. His first 2 appearances here, he made it through to the final. Lost out on both occasions to Neil Duff and
97.
Chris Quantop. Didn't make it through in Series 6. He lost out in the group stages, but goodness me, it was some Saturday night this. The Saturday night lineup that
97.
week was Andreas Harrison, Richie Howson, John Henderson, Adrian Gray, Alex Small, and Holpai Puha. And of the players that missed out
134.
included Scott Mitchell, Justin Smith, Andreas Toff Jorgensen.
And you're going to see Justin Smith later. Get ready for the bearded
89.
dragon.
Consequently, it's the only time Bradley has missed out on a Saturday night.
57.
Not a bad hit rate at all.
Bradley, you require 121.
Probably best not having the bearded dragon around when there's a burger boy. You might get cooked.
57.
Steady approach without
Michael, you
being
require 170.
wildly spectacular. But 64 will now give him a 2-0 lead.
97. Bradley, you require 64.
Is he going to stay downstairs or go up top?
48.
Downstairs, but found the wrong
Michael,
door.
you require 73.
Got locked out. Burgoine looking to break in to get the break back. It's going to be a dart, a double top to square this game up.
Game
Only
shot on the
needs the one
second
dart
leg,
at tops.
Michael Burgoine.
Good dart that for Michael, and level we are at 1 apiece.
And when you consider the fact that this
Third
is his
leg, it's Michael to
19th
throw
game of the
first.
week,
Game on.
and he has been scrapping the entire time, shots like that deserve a lot of credit. I am convinced he's not 100%. There must be pain in that
84.
arm, considering what we saw yesterday. But he has stuck to his task, and he has just fought and fought and fought. Lesser people would have given up. They would have said, you know what, I'm in too much pain, I can't play. He is just constantly trying. He's a great example of an ADC player
140.
who is good. Obviously good enough to be here. He doesn't come with the same sort of
96.
reputations as a Steve West or someone else who's qualified through the ADC, who's done bits before. But don't be fooled.
140.
The amount of UK Open appearances he's got does not lie. He can play. Just so happens this week, it might not be his week again.
126.
However, the trend has been upwards.
Michael, you require 137.
3-7 for Michael to make it 2-1. He's got 6 from here. Just beginning to up it a little bit. And in fact, his scoring power has just been
57.
a bit more makeable than that of Bradley over the last leg and a half. Back-to-back 140s has piled the pressure on Bradley.
No, Bradley was going for the old Cam Crabtree approach there.
95. Michael, you
179
require 80.
to try and leave double 4. And you saw what happened next. Harrison hit the ball,
40.
but Michael can't
Bradley,
hit
you
tops.
require 84.
Yeah, I'm sure Cam doesn't want to be reminded of that, but I think he forever will be. Double 12. What a marker. And for the first time, a
72.
handy guide hasn't been utilised
Michael,
for
you
Bradley.
require 40. Game shot on a third
Burgoyne
leg,
is in
Michael
front, and if he
Burgoyne.
does win this match, winning 3 of the next 4 legs,
Fourth flag, it's Bradley to throw first.
top and bottom
Game on.
are separated by 4 points, which in this group, at this time, is not a great deal.
And if Jack Mel beats Stephen Johnston in the next,
100.
things get a little bit interesting.
With 6 rounds to go.
78.
I still think a lot of these players are very evenly matched. And you've got players coming from very different directions, haven't you?
140.
I know that 4 of them have qualified via ADC or ADC Europe. But you're talking about people from different backgrounds. You've got a multiple-time world
58.
champion. You've got a youth world champion. You've got someone who was considered as a bit of a PDC journeyman in Turner for a while.
140.
He's a different threat now. Everybody's got their own story.
59.
But when we
Bradley
delve
require
through the numbers at the beginning of the
121.
day, everything looked equal. And that's how this group is playing out. Now, Bradley doesn't have to attack this finish because Burgoyne's all the way back on 306. And so isn't going to do so.
59.
And so will leave himself on 62 after 12 to make this game all square.
We had this discussion yesterday.
136. Bradley, you require 62.
This game is about as round as my sink. Just like the dartboard. Double 16.
30. Michael, you require 170.
Biggest finish of the week is a 167 from Gilliland yesterday, and you'll see a bit more of Gilly later.
60. Bradley, you require 32.
For 2-2, 32. The issue is with Bradley, darts on that side of the board. If they kick up like that, they can be all good, but he knows how his darts behave. And you mentioned this yesterday, and that's why he just needed to have a little move across, aim at the same part, and he gets a different result.
Game on.
Who are you looking forward to seeing most tonight?
100.
Because we've got some talent for you. Andy Hamilton back at the Super Series. That's always a headline. Justin Smith, fiery.
140.
Revelino Dubois was starting to trend in the right direction the last couple of days.
Jamie Kenning is a player who's building
49.
a reputation for being dependable, for being reliable. His results speak of that. But then you've got that enigmatic flair with Justin Smith, for whom you just do not know what's going to happen next when he
59.
plays darts.
Now, let's not forget that Kelling has been to 2 finals on this stage on Saturday nights. 1 win and 1 loss.
40.
And that kind of experience is invaluable. Because obviously, when you've done it more than once, you know how to get through the qualifying stages and get to the final match. That's what this guy knows all about.
58.
He's done it 3 times.
And I've always felt with Jamie, the issue's never been with his ability. I think it's always been with his belief. But I feel like now he has that belief which backs up his talent, which is why he really is trending in the right direction. Burgoine in this leg, trending in the right direction, forcing Bradley to hit at least a treble on this turn. He's going to have to find it with his last dart. Does
97.
so. But you'd sense that the Burger Boy will be able to set it up because no one really has shown any sign today of taking out a finish like a 147.
100. Bradley, you require 147.
It's on, though. Not for long.
95.
Big exchange,
Michael,
this.
You require 72.
Who can take it? Double top.
52.
Just clips the flight on the way through.
Bradley
I'm not sure it was ever going to
52.
find tops. But this is a huge chance for Roes. Double 16 for the lead and a break.
Both players have missed a dart to go 3-2 up. Bradley Roes has
36.
missed 2 to get the
Michael, you
break and then
require
throw for the
20.
match. And so Burgoyne returns for double 10 to put himself a leg away from victory. It'll be his first win of the group. 1 left. Can he just nudge it across? Yes is the
Game
answer.
shot on a 5th leg, Michael Burgoine.
Burgoyne gets over the line and Bradley Roes once again slaps his thigh.
6th leg, it's Bradley to throw
The
first.
pain of losing a
Game
leg.
on.
An important leg at that. What a chance that was for Bradley to get the break that he needed. He still needs it, but he's got to hold first.
60.
But the disappointment of losing leg 5, he cannot let that infest the rest of this match. Otherwise, he will lose.
But Michael's almost got to
96.
see that instinctive, animalistic side of him where he sees the weakness of his opponent and now he's got to utilise it as his strength.
140.
You've got to create your own bubble up there, that's for sure. No matter what your opponent's doing, you just concentrate on you. And nothing amplifies that more than playing Richie Burnett. When it looks like he's being shocked by electricity.
59.
And he's doing some sort of decorative gymnastics. But whether he's beating you or you're beating him, you've just got to concentrate on you.
100.
In fact, there's a lot of people who would like to see Richie at the Modus Super Series this year. I guess you'll just have to wait and see.
41.
These two have played each other 3 previous times this week. It is currently 2-1 to Burgoine.
85.
Every single game they've had has been 4-2 as well. Michael has won on Monday and Wednesday.
139.
With Bradley's sole
Michael, you
victory
require
coming
160.
a couple of days ago. However, Michael could win again now on tops.
120.
Oh, so
Bradley, you require
almost.
62.
So this to send us all the way. One dart. A double 16.
30.
Doesn't go. The frustration boils over
Michael,
for
you
Bradley, but
require
Burgoyne comes
40.
back for tops to seal a 4-2 success. He readied himself in the background and now has the chance to
Game
win the
shot
match, and
and
he
the
does.
match.
It's a
Michael
win for
Burgoyne.
Michael Burgoyne. The frustration is palpable on the face of Bradley Roes, but for the Burger boy, it's a W. It's his first win of the group, and it really does congeal things in this Group C race. Burgoyne, a 4-2 victor, an average of 83.39, 4 from 14 on the doubles. It is a win for Michael. Coming up after the break, Jack Mayle takes on Stephen Johnston. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to enter the final game from the fourth round of fixtures for the day. We are going to watch Stephen Johnston and Jack Mayle go toe-to-toe on the oche. They're about to complete their practice darts ahead of this particular encounter. As far as their data concerned, Stephen Johnston on 4 points, Jack Mayle with 2 points to his name so far. So this is a big game, really, at the end of the fourth round of fixtures. If Johnston can win this one, then we have a fairly uniform table. 2 players on 6 points, 2 players on 4 points, 2 players on 2 points. However, Jack Mayle can win this particular encounter while everybody's still in play. Martin Turner would be top of the table on 6 points in a very good position. You'd then have 4 players on 4, and Michael Burgoyne only a couple of points behind the chasing pack on 2 points, and he'll take on Martin Adams, who's lost his last 2 matches. Things here could get very, very interesting, Nicole.
I think they already are.
57.
But the one thing going through my mind at the minute is how many bricklayers do we get in darts? Simon Whitlock was a brickie.
47.
So is Stephen Johnston. Must be something about laying foundations and putting things together.
60.
I've always said that this sport, in a strange sort of way, if you ask
95.
the right people, a bunch of dart players could build you a house. Bricklayers, plasterers,
140.
sparkies, plumbers. We've got them all. Needs to be steady from Jack, I feel, for him to feel happy at the end of the day. He's got himself a win.
140.
If he can do what Burgoyne's just done and upset the apple cart a little bit, he'll feel very good, and he might get a pat on the back from Martin Turner as well.
Well, the brickie
57.
from Falkirk.
Stephen,
He's himself on 104 for the break of throw in this opening leg. Wasn't the worst first start in the world for him, but Jack's going to come back for 144
56.
to lead
Jack,
1-0.
you
The
require
biggest finish of the day, 101,
144.
hit by Martin Adams twice.
That's quite low for this portion of the day.
60.
You would expect something like
Stephen,
a
you
120
require
or maybe a
48.
126. Well, this is a 48.
Game shot
And
on the
that's
first
1-0.
leg. Stephen Johnston.
It proves, that leg, what you've got to do at this
Second
place
leg.
more
It's
often than
Stephen
not.
to throw first.
6 visits.
Game on.
That's where you've got to be. If you're looking at your averages on a consistent basis, which I'm not really sure you should be doing anyway,
100.
but if you look at visits, this place is all about 6 visits or better.
97.
Because if you calculate what 6 visits is, it's low 80s. And that's something that we already know
140.
that Stephen can maintain.
Well, his yearly stats suggest that he can attain higher than that. 12-month numbers, 86.96, 35%
140.
checkout ratio.
So he is somewhere between 17 and 18 darts
100.
over an entire year. If you want to be world class, you've got to be somewhere between 15 and 16. Because there aren't many people in the world at all
45.
who are
Stephen, you
averaging
require
for a season
161.
15 darts or better. But there are some. This is on. And it's gone!
Game shot on his second leg. Stephen Johnston.
Superb granite from the Scot. Stephen Johnson with a 161 is by
Third
far the
leg.
biggest
It's Jack
finish of
to
the
throw
day
first.
to move himself
on.
2-0 to the good against Jack Mail. A little bit of a raise of the eyebrows as well. He is in full command of this match.
There's only 2 Scottish words you need to describe that
85.
finish. Get to. And he knows exactly what I'm talking
42.
about. You spent much time in Scotland, Henry?
Never been to Scotland before.
Oh, seriously, you got to go. I was there last weekend.
100.
Climbing a few hills called Munros. You know what a Munro is? It's a hill that's over 3,000 feet.
60.
That's a big hill.
They were. Glencoe's a wonderful place. Made famous by Hamish McInnes, one of the world's best ever climbers. And the inventor of a lot of
85.
the world's most important mountain rescue equipment.
Talking about mountains, Jack's got one to climb in this particular contest.
61.
Hasn't he just? They've got a few hills around the northeast of England, particularly just north of Newcastle in the Cheviots. Not as mountainous as
64.
2 hours north of Glasgow. And he just won't leave him alone.
140.
Even when
you
Jack
require
thinks I'm having a comfortable leg here,
167.
Johnston sticks in that 2 treble visit and says, "You're not getting away with that easy, sunny Jim."
Well, it's a little bit like a fly that's swatting around your
97.
cold drink on a hot summer's day. You want it to go, but it just won't leave your side.
Well, just get the electronic racket on it then.
140. Jack, you require 70.
Back-to-back, 2 treble visits mean that Mail needs 19 and tops. Otherwise, he could pay the penalty. Brilliant dart.
Third leg, Jack Mail.
That is a superb leg from Jack, because he was constantly looking in his rearview mirror, and Johnston was right behind him.
On.
That's a bit of a wild one.
132.
Incredibly well. We've all had darts like that, haven't we?
Yes, we have. I always look on the bright side of things. A 12 is better than a 5.
97.
By the way, just a reminder of our teaser, if you want to get in touch with us in the next
60.
match when Martin Adams will finish his campaign against Burgoine. Who was in the 4-man team for England back in 2003 at the World Cup in France? And you can't use a smart device. Just think.
100.
Think about who was big back then. It's not that hard a question.
100.
Don't forget as well to subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel, where if you are shopping around for content, then the Super Series
100.
YouTube channel is the place for you. Plenty of bonus goodies, such as the Bullseye Challenge to add to your catalogue of watching,
58.
viewing on YouTube.
Oh, and didn't we get some content last night when we had some guests at the Modus Super Series? Players that aren't allowed to play here, but still stuck around and did some stuff. That'll be released pretty soon.
151.
151 for Stephen Johnston. He's already had a 161 in this game, but he's not going to add another to the catalogue.
116.
And this now is an opportunity for Jack to break back
67.
and to level this match up at 2 apiece. 18 and tops. Doesn't go. Pitches just above the wire.
Such a close game. But is it still close?
19.
It could be.
Jackie
Maybe that first start at
40.
double 16 was just a little too close. Biggest start, possibly of the day for Jack.
30. Stephen,
I think he
require
thought that
16.
too. Because if he lets Stephen Johnston in here, he'll have to accept 3-1 down, and that mountain will be there for him to climb, and it will not be easy to climb at all.
He'll put Johnston on the hill. And on the hill he is. 3-1 to the good, and a leg away from what would be his 3rd win of the day. Well, he was the favourite.
It's Jack to throw first.
When play got
Game on.
underway, he is just beginning to show signs of it now.
$59.
Now, coming down to Portsmouth for someone like Jack, I'm sure will be.
100.
I don't know whether he knows this or not, but it's a bit of a pilgrimage. You think about the industries that those two cities are famous for.
58.
They go hand in hand. The banks of the River Tyne building ships, and ships
60.
sailing away from Portsmouth, because this is where the Royal Navy is.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Jack this morning, and he said it was a long journey down. It was the best part of 7 hours from door to door, pretty much, for him.
96.
Didn't get down till around about the evening time, but when you consider the fact that it was a 1 o'clock start, probably enough time just to have a bit of scran, as we call it
45.
down in these parts of the world, and then be able to have a bit of kip, and then back up again for the afternoon shift.
Yeah, we call it scran up there as well. But if you're taking your lunch to
45.
work, we call it a bit of bait. So you got people going to work saying, "What you got for your bait today, man?"
58.
It's nice to break out the old accent now and again. I don't get to do it often. It's like when Dom Taylor used to come here and Chris Mason used to break out the Bristolian. Good times.
45.
Yes. I remember there was a day where Dom Taylor was with Chris Mason, and actually
60.
Star MC Paul Starr, who's from that neck of the woods as well. He works behind the scenes. And when they were together, it did feel like we were down in the Bristolian part of the world.
125.
Well, that's a strong one there from Jack. But yet again, he's going to be under pressure.
100.
Now he
Jackie
runs the
requires
risk
73.
that if he misses this, he loses the game. And his leg difference could take a tumble. Double top again.
53.
Another miss up there could be
Stephen, you
fatal.
require 78.
Because Johnston's back now for the match for his third win of the day. He's going to have one dart at tops.
58.
He's had a match dart.
Jack, you require 20.
Hasten to say he shouldn't get any more on this leg. And he won't.
Shot on the fifth leg, Jack Mail.
Brings it back to 3-2. However, that was almost the insurance
flag,
policy
it's
leg
Stephen
for
to throw
Stephen,
first.
because this is the one
Game on.
where he has the darts in. This is the one where he can really hit for home now.
95.
You know, yesterday we were talking about Gilliland wearing a shirt that made him look as if he worked for the postal service. Well, Jack's full name makes him sound like it's a postal service.
140.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I got it packaged up. It's in the Jack mail.
85.
Ironic, it sounds like he got no mail at all.
He comes from a darting family, does Jack.
100.
I had a great opportunity to meet him for the first time a couple of years ago doing an exhibition in Newcastle. And we played against each other and had a really good laugh with some Geordies up in Biker.
180.
Biker Grove?
No, it wasn't in Biker Grove. It was just in Biker. I bet people from Biker haven't heard that before.
140. Stephen,
We've
you
seen
require
this one before.
141.
Are we going to see it again? Right now?
Double 12 would have been some way to have won it. He's already had a 1-6-1. He's now had a second match dart. He may come back for 3 more, depending on whether Mail can find the 1-2-1, whether Mail can deliver. But he may have to return to sender, because this game may be an ender now. Johnston looking to complete the
74.
match. Double 6.
Stephen, you require 12.
Great
Shot.
performance
And the match,
from Stephen Johnston. He did get himself multiple match darts in the end, but that one was the best of the lot. Darts in the board. Yeah, go and get it. You might need that one a little bit later. But that's a good performance. 88 average, 40% on the doubles, and that 161, a massive highlight. And that brings down the curtain on round number 4 in Group C for Week 1 in Series 8. We've got one more round to go, and don't miss the next one, which is an all-English clash and a 4th meeting of the week of Adams and Burgoine.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 4 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And following it, the table is very, very uniform. Martin Turner and Stephen Johnston winning 3 out of 4 matches. Bradley Roes and Martin Adams with 50% records, whilst Jack Mel and Michael Burgoine have won 1 but then lost another 3. And so we enter our final round of fixtures. We're going to see Michael Burgoine and Martin Adams in action in the first of those games. Stephen Johnston and Martin Turner will play in game 14, the victor of which will be top of the pile no matter what overnight, whilst Bradley Roes and Jack Mel, another game involving the middle portion of the league standings. So we kickstart with the Burger Boy up against the Wolf. I suppose you could call it Wolf Burger.
Sounds like a German football team.
It is a German football team. Won the Bundesliga in the past under Steve McLaren, I'm sure.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Is there anything you don't know about football? We're going to have to test you on this. Get you on our TikTok channel. Give you some proper testers. Well, we've been testing our fans on the YouTube channel, and we've been asking you, who was in the England World Cup team in darts in 2003 in France? I'm sure a lot of you have been casting your eye over
125.
some internet pages, even though I didn't say you should. But I am going to give you the answers now. And around about this time,
85.
the strength of the England team was quite incredible. Having said that, the strength of the teams in Scotland and Wales, the Netherlands,
121.
maybe just as strong, but England were the class team. Adams is one. Fordham is another.
100.
King is another. And the other is O'Shea. What a team. Seriously.
You don't want to be walking into them when you're playing
45.
4x4.
Well, that England shirt is quite recognisable when you go to things like the Europe Cup or the World Cup, but my word. Imagine walking into that as your first game, and it's Wolfie, it's Silverback, it's the King, and the Viking.
60. Michael, you require 78.
78 for Burgoyne to take out this first leg. This is be for a potential 15 dart if he can take the tops first time of asking.
38.
Not to be, he would expect
Martin,
to come back, but Martin Adams,
150.
up until Stephen Johnston hit the 161 in the previous match, was the only player hit a ton topper today.
That takes care of more than half of it.
81. Michael, you
He
require
chips away with
40.
one more, but it may be too late.
Game shot on the
Too
first
late it
leg,
is.
Michael Burgoyne.
That is 5 consecutive legs against Martin Adams over the last couple of days, because he beat him 4-0 yesterday
Second leg, it's
in his
Martin to
first
throw
win
first.
against Martin this week.
Game on.
Adams chipped away, but it was the Burger Boy who won the leg.
Somebody get Henry a diet soda.
140.
Well, if Michael does win this match, it will milkshake things up. You started it, not me.
44.
I'm pointing to Henry in the commentary box, by the way. Earlier on today, I said that if Wolfie could walk away with more wins than
100.
losses, he would very much think that this is a decent day. Now he would. Because he started with 2 wins, then it was 2 losses.
134.
If he can finish on a win, he will fancy getting through tomorrow.
Well, there was a nice moment after the completion of play yesterday. We mentioned it was Martin Adams' birthday on Tuesday. Michael Burgoyne and his partner actually presented Martin with a birthday cake, and all 6 players were there to give him his birthday returns following the end of the group yesterday afternoon, which I thought was a real nice touch.
140.
That's a classy touch is what it
Martin, you
is.
require 81.
I love to hear things like that. Love to see things like this. But we don't see it just yet.
Real classy contest this so far. The numbers representative of that. 98, 102 of the averages as we approach the end of leg 2, which Adams is hoping to take out on double 6. But that was a wild one.
But he does not let the Burger Boy in. Bit like a reclusive person who doesn't want Deliveroo to come.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Wonder if he has had a burger this week. He might not even like them.
96.
He contemplated that. He might have a nickname like Burger Boy, and he might just not like that kind of food. It's like Brian Romani might not like noodles.
Oh no, Brian likes noodles. He keeps tweeting every single time he has noodles from a noodle place.
It's a pretty good place to get noodles, a noodle place.
I suppose it helps. Hope you're well,
96.
Brian. No, you tune in a fair bit, pal.
I didn't have a bad weekend in Switzerland last week. But the winners were Van Schie and Belmont. And the winner right there is Adams, who gets his second max of the game.
Yeah, Brian Mann actually lost out to Matthew Edgar. 4-0. I'm sure you know what Matt's like. I'm sure he's not going to tell anybody about anything because he's quite humble about his achievements. He doesn't tell anybody anything. Apparently, he won a game once by hitting a 170 checkout.
55.
Well, he really sidestepped that landmine there, did you, Henry?
And he did against Kerry Anderson.
60.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Matthew Edgar, the 3-time world championship participant.
Digging your own grave here. I'm not going to get you out.
Well, I've got to be careful because I'm commentating with him next week. And I'm sure that I'm going to be reminded of this.
I hope you like salt in your coffee.
100. Martin, you require 68.
Oh, this would be salt in the wound. Just keep it simple. Double 16. And a lovely $15 break of throw. A classy break to make him the favourite for the match. Definitely now.
Fourth flag. It's
yep, it is Wolfie who's in pole position in this particular encounter. 2-1 to the good. The break ensued. Burgoine has got a bit of a mountain to climb here. Adams, I think overall will be happy enough with 6 points.
45.
Although after the first 2 games, he may have thought that 8 points would have been a more realistic target and total.
He can only be happy with 6 points because if he walks away
59.
with 2 wins at the start, then 3 defeats, he will not be pleased. But the way he thinks about this game now is with a very different philosophy. He just likes to play.
140.
If the results come, they do. If they don't, he moves on. He goes on to the next challenge. But the challenger inside him, that champion that
58.
he is, he will be happy with 6 points. And he'll have to be happy that someone's going to be ahead of him because we are guaranteed someone on 8 points after the next match. Will it be someone from England or Scotland? You'll have to keep it here to find out.
85.
Yeah, Stephen Johnston up against Martin Turner will follow the culmination of this particular contest.
59.
I do feel that the last match is very much about Bradley Roes and his temperament because he was losing it a little bit in his previous one. If he can just keep it together, he stands a good chance of getting another 2 points. But if he loses his cool, he could easily lose that last match.
Well, the thing is, he can still be on 6 points at the end of the day. And you'd have the winner of Turner and Johnston on 8 points. Conceivably, Martin Anderson wins this game on 6 as well, alongside Bradley. And even if it is that case and Mail and Burgoine finish on 2 points, they're not out of the equation whatsoever. They're just going to have big, quick starts tomorrow. You get the sense that everybody's going to be in play come the final day.
Well, Michael wants to be in play.
90.
He'd like to be on the same amount of points as Martin overnight. I fear that if he isn't, he might just have a bit too much to do. It's amazing how respectful a player can be in a situation like this. I've just noticed something as he goes for 135 on bull first. And he's not done that this week. He's constantly gone 61st on it. The first time he's tried it, he almost takes it on the bull at the end. That was evolutionary there from the Burger Boy, and I applaud it.
Channel 13 tops. Tops for Adams. This would be some recovery after dart 1.
50.
And it grazes the wire.
Michael, you require 31.
Now, what do you want to leave from here? $23 left. He wanted to leave double 10 and does. But it's only with 1 dot.
He's had to spurn one.
$11.
And he needed more.
Martin,
Adams
you
is
require 40.
back for a 3-1 lead. Double top.
Game shot
Pinned.
of 4 flag. Martin Adams.
And Adams now is a leg away for moving on to 6 points for the day and putting himself right in contention
Fifth
going
flag.
into
It's Michael to throw
tomorrow's
first.
proceedings.
Game on.
Now, what I was referring to in the previous leg about respect, you look at when Martin Adams was approaching the end of the leg.
57.
This is a very quiet room, and you've got to do everything respectfully. And even when Michael wanted a sip of water, honestly, he looked like he was doing it in a scene from Mission Impossible. It was that quiet.
45.
That just goes to show the kind of bloke he is. Because there are some dart players out there that wouldn't care about stuff like that.
28.
And there's a reason why there's no ice cubes in that water. Because it makes a noise.
$22.
Now is the arm just starting to fail him at the wrong point here? The last thing he needs is a repeat of yesterday.
Where in his last match of the session, he was 3-0 to the good
60.
against Revelino Dubois. And if he could have found one more leg here, we wouldn't have been watching him right here, right now, because it would have been in the night session and Revelino would have been in his place.
$108.
Reset mentality right there. His third max gets him firmly in front.
121.
But Burgoyne's not finished yet.
You get the sense that Adams has got to get this done sooner rather than later. The longer this
81.
goes, you feel like the more it'll play in the hands of Michael Burgoine.
Ooh, that was courageous. And he's left 135 again. So what's he going to do this time? If he hadn't gone for that and gone for the 25, he could have left 170. But my word, that was really gutsy.
133.
Now what does he do?
Michael, you
Surely
require
bull first.
135.
Right call. Not the right shot. Well, I'll tell you what is.
95.
This.
Martin, you
This
require
is
40.
for 3 wins from 5 on his opening day. He won his first 2 quite convincingly,
shot, and the
and
match,
Martin Adams
Martin
ends
Adams.
on a high. A bit of frustration in the middle of the session for Wolfie, but he finishes with a 3-2 day in the right direction. It puts him in a good position to progress through to Saturday night's final. He gets the better of Michael Burgoyne by 4 legs to 1. In the end, Adams will feel like it's a good day's work. A 4-1 win, an 88 average, 3 maximums in there, 4 for 9 when it came to the checkouts. He beats Michael Burgoyne. Couple more matches for us to go, and it will kickstart with Stephen Johnston in action up against Martin Turner. The victor will be top of the table overnight.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've got a couple of games to go in Group C at the Modus Super Series, and this one will dictate who's going to be top of the pile going into tomorrow's action. Martin Turner and Stephen Johnston have won 3 of their 4 matches so far, but only one of them can end the day on 8 points. The victor will be in pole position going into tomorrow's proceedings, whilst the loser of this game will just see themselves a part of a chasing pack, where Martin Adams also finds himself on that mark after getting the better of Michael Burgoine by 4-1 before the break. And Bradley Roes can also move on to 6 points if he can get the better of Jack Mail in the last. But full focus is on who is going to finish top of the pile going into day 2. Before a dart was thrown, Stephen Johnston was the favourite to be the victor in this group, whilst Martin Turner was just maybe a little bit of an outsider, maybe somebody who wasn't being spoken up in the circles that perhaps he should have.
I think we might do so tomorrow.
100.
But I have a philosophy about this game. I think no matter what happens, today's been a brilliant day for Johnston. Coming back after what happened a few weeks ago, it can't have been easy, because he has got redemption on his mind. He's got this aim of putting right what went wrong the last time he was here. But if he gets 8 points, that's a brilliant response. And he will find himself in a very similar position to the last time. And some people really do fancy, when they put it right, they want it to be the same circumstances, to lay the ghost to rest. However, if he loses this game and is part of the chasing pack, it will feel different. So I think this is a win-win situation.
Well, he got a 1-6-1 in his previous match. Can he find the inversion of that with a 1-1-6?
60. Martin, you require 106.
This for the break. And it could well be a game that is decided by meagre margins. It could be moments like this that stem the tide. That could have been a tide turner.
Stephen, you require 56.
See what you did there. Double top.
Game shot on the first leg.
He
Stephen
picks up
Johnston.
that double top that Martin could not find.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw
18
first.
dart hold.
Game on.
That's what this place is all about. 15 to 18 darts. That's where you've got to live. If you want to contend, but if you want to win
82.
a week, you've got to do a little bit more of what Sykes can do. He's the only person this week to register a 3-figure average, and he's done it twice. That's why he's being talked up.
41.
However, you would sense that tonight that fact is going to change. When you think about the players in action, the likes of Gillan, the likes of Smith, the likes of
139.
Hamilton, the likes of JK as well. And I'm intrigued to see what Wevelino Dubois can do this evening.
97.
There's another factor tonight. Dubois is the only debutant this week.
58.
And he's the only Dutch player in that room later. He's had Bradley Roes for company all week. Tonight, he can't have him as
60.
company. There are no guests in the practice room. It's just the players and the marshal. He's going to be on his own.
140.
But he has got excellent English. He might make some new friends.
And you know what? Sometimes here at the Super Series, that's part of it. Meeting new
80.
people. Turner's got 6 here
Martin, you
from
require
82 to level this
82.
game up at 1 apiece. For the bullseye first, hits the 25.
Looks like he was in the starter's orders there. Get ready. Set.
62.
Full start.
Difference is, unlike in athletics, a false start means disqualification. Turner's going to get another go at the double 10.
60.
Yeah, I'm not on
Martin,
board
you
with that, by the way.
require
I think
20.
you should get a warning after one and then be disqualified. I think one is really harsh.
Am I right in saying that Usain
No
Bolt
score.
famously got disqualified for the World Athletics Championship final in 2011 Daegu for that?
Did you just ask a question and answer it in the
60.
same sentence?
Martin, you require
Yes,
20.
because I'm weird like that. Anyway, nothing weird about this. Double
Game
5,
shot on the
1-1.
second leg, Martin
I
Turner.
know what kind of car you'd like. A Kia. Because you know it all.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Kia? Oh, it doesn't matter. It actually happened to Linford Christie as well.
140.
Years ago. Very, very harsh. I think he was in lane 8. I don't remember where it was.
Yeah, Usain Bolt, who was
48.
favourite. You could have put your house on Usain Bolt winning that race as well.
Yeah, but I think some of his records might be
100.
tumbling this summer. Somebody's earmarking 4 goals, isn't he? For the American sprint team.
99.
If we may digress for just a second, the one thing that I'm wondering is
100.
anybody ever going to break Mike Powell's long jump record? It stood since 1991 in Tokyo when it felt like he was going to land on the moon.
94. Stephen, you require
Back to darts.
161.
It's not going to be a 161 again for Johnston.
82.
But he's going to leave himself on a 2-darter. Turner, midway through the leg. Great second dart. Leaves himself on a
100.
finish.
Stephen, you require
Just
79.
in case. Tops.
59.
Drag below. Turner's
Martin,
going to
you
have to find
require
something seismic to get the
160.
breaker throat. But the 160's on. Just strays the other side with dart 2.
And when you get the first one like that, you expect the second.
132. Stephen, you require 20.
2 on the wire. Oh, he's done a Peter
Game
Wright.
shot on a third leg. Stephen
That is a
Johnston.
classic 2020 Peter Wright shot. 2 on the wire and 1 in. It just so happened
Fourth
that it's happened
leg,
to
it's
another
Martin to throw
Scotsman
first.
and got him the leg.
Game on.
It actually got Wrighty the world title. And he was the first world champion of that entire decade.
140.
Well, that double 10 for Johnson, that's actually where the chunky stumpies come into their own because he's got a big target to aim at and a big
41.
target to collide off of and into the bed.
I don't know about you, but it reminds me of going to the ice cream person and saying,
140.
that you want something off the van. Yeah, I'll have a chunky stumpy. I can imagine that being an ice cream of some sort.
60.
With a flake and hundreds of thousands.
I thought hundreds and thousands just get in the way.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of hundreds of thousands, actually. Don't mind a flake.
81.
Bit of sauce.
Strawberry sauce, raspberry sauce.
Yeah, you're going to say what it's actually
Martin,
called,
require
weren't you?
140.
Because in the north they call it monkey's blood.
I didn't know that. Genuinely did not know that.
Ice cream person would say, do you want
60.
some monkey's blood on that? I think the first time I heard that, I thought, no. Oh, he hasn't left to finish.
85. Martin, you require
Cardinal
80.
sin of the approach work. You cannot miss the single there. Double here for Martin.
60.
And now he's got the luxury of coming back because of the mistake of Stephen.
$45. Martin, you
Double
require
10
20.
to square this contest up at 2 apiece. They've been trading blows, these two. No
Game
one's
shot
got
on the
more
fourth
than a leg
flag,
clear in
Martin
this
Turner.
match. And now we are back at 2 apiece. Johnston the favourite before a dart was thrown.
Fifth
In
flag,
terms
it's
of
Stephen to throw
favouritism
first.
for this group, it was
Game
almost
on.
a case of undercover Martin in terms of the odds compilers. But
140.
he has opened up the door now of opportunity for himself to progress.
45.
On his first couple of games, Turner averaged in the late 70s. But since then,
45.
85 and 92 averages for 2 wins. And in this one, above 88.
108.
Just clicking over to 90 now with that maximum, his first of the contest. The last 3 matches he's played properly and played like a
100.
group winner.
And it's clicked into gear. It really has clicked into gear.
Said it earlier. He might not have shown in the past here what he can really do, but this guy can play.
There is gears
45.
to Martin Turner. He's just
Martin, you
beginning to
require
go through them here.
136.
136. He's going to go this time, but how he'd love to have hit a ton there. But covers, though, with dart
78.
free to hit a treble to leave himself on a single to double combination upon his return. Threatening the break.
83.
Threatening the
Martin,
break
you
in
require
14.
58.
That's
Game
what he
shot on the
gets.
Fifth flag, Martin Turner.
World-class leg and a tremendous time to break the throw in what can only be described as the second
Sixth
best
flag,
time to
it's
do
Martin
that.
to throw first.
The best time is the
Game
last
on.
leg of the match.
However, what he has done here is given himself the opportunity to throw for the match. Throw for full 2 win.
45.
Which would put him top of the table. However, Johnston has a response, a
140.
fiery response from the 140.
Well, Turner could be imposing himself on this table in more ways than one if he wins this leg.
66.
He wouldn't just get to 8 points, but his leg difference could swell to +9, and he could reduce Johnston to
140.
+2. And with Adams finished on +3, that would be a nice little cushion if he can find the win from this
140.
position of 250 points, but it's entirely up to Stephen as to whether that's the case.
Well, what a leg he's having.
85.
When he's behind and the darts are against him to stay in the contest, he's left himself on 136 after 9. But Turner's going to be close behind.
100.
Both players
Stephen,
on
you
big
require
ton plus outs.
136.
Johnston to save the match. 136 isn't going to go. And so Turner to end the day top of the table. He's looking at
45.
150.
Martin, you require 150.
Big ask. Big shot. And
Game
found!
shot and the match.
What a way
Martin
to finish your
Turner.
day. Your biggest finish by an absolute mile. And Martin Turner is for real. I think he enjoyed that. Yeah, he is the Mutts Nuts, isn't he? Well, you're going to be leading the table, my friend, overnight. And with a performance like that, which has just tipped his best performance of the day, with 40% on the doubles, he's got an awful lot to be happy about coming into Friday afternoon session. Martin Turner is going to lead overnight. Well, up to Roes and Mail to finish the schedule. Don't miss that next.
As Daft Punk famously said, one more time in this Group C campaign. Before the break, Martin Turner confirmed his place at the top of the table. He got the better of Stephen Johnston by 4 legs to 2. He's going to end the day on 8 points at the top of the table. Actually, that defeat by the margins meant that Martin Adams has actually overtaken Stephen Johnston in the table and into second place. Bradley Roes with a win here would also move on to 6 points in the group, and it means that Mail and Burgoine would be down on 2 points. They won't be out of it, but they would need a big second day to qualify through to the finals.
Yeah, Bradley, with this last game of Group C here today, with any win, he would equalise the leg difference.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Well, with a win of 4-3, he'll equalise the leg difference of Stephen Johnston. But if he can win by 4 legs to 2 or better, then we're talking about someone who was in the top 3, and all of a sudden Johnston is in the bottom 3. Oh, how things can change in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes.
And this is why the Modus Super Series is so enthralling, why
57.
you cannot take your eyes off it. Why it transcends and transfixes and just keeps the eyes glued.
Well, it's at this stage that we have to start talking about
60.
not only the win for the player playing, it will be good for them, but a win for Mail, who is that good for?
44.
It's obviously good for Jack. But even though it would put 2 points between Burgoine and Mail, I think it's a good win for Michael.
60.
To keep things more compact.
Tell you who else would be good for. If Jack Mail can win both of these games, Martin Turner would have the opportunity to move 4 points clear when he plays Stephen Johnston in his first game tomorrow.
Yeah, this will be the first game, followed by Turner and Johnston and Adams against Burgoine in the first round.
140.
Nice to see 2 young players going at it here in Portsmouth. That first start is getting better for Jack. Everything changes when he gets that first start right.
121. Bradley, you require 120.
120 for Bradley. Can he work away above? Some may say there would have been perhaps an argument. Tom Sykes did a dart similar to the early one this week and went bull, but good find with dart 3.
39.
I think if you're going bull, your opponent needs to be on a 2-darter. At worst.
99.
Both on doubles
Bradley,
after 15.
20.
Very solid start. But how did they finish?
Peru's no mistake on the double 10. That's been the target that's helped him out more than any other. Liège Jack Mail by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Jack to
And
throw
the victory
first.
for the Dutchman will put him on
Game
to
on.
6 points overnight and would mean that he'd be in a great opportunity of keeping up his 3-4 record in terms of making it through to Saturday nights here at the Super Series. It'd be 4 from 5 if he was to qualify this time around. And when he does make it through to Saturday, he at least makes the final.
You painted the picture, Henry, of
26.
Jack winning 2 games against Bradley and what that would do. But what if it's the other way around? Bradley wins both. He'll go to 8 points and Jack would stay on
57.
2. And there would be a 4-point cushion to the top 3. In fact, the top 4. That would not be good.
83.
So Jack, if he's looking at that monitor they have in the practice room, surveying what he's got to do, it's finals from here if he wants to get to Saturday.
58.
Knockout mentality. Which in some senses may not be a bad thing. Okay, you don't want to be put in that position, but it's a mindset that you know all too well.
100.
Earlier on I said it was so rare to have so many lefties in the same group. I don't think I've ever done a group which has had 3 lefties.
140.
Suppose we've just been left to it.
100.
If I remember rightly, back in my county
Jack, you
days, we only had
require
one left-hander in our team.
146.
That was a bloke from near Leamington called Davy Maitland. Oh, he's from Gateshead, wasn't he?
114.
Good player, Davy. Lovely bloke as well. Played for a Gateshead Super League team that involved the likes of John Brannan and Colin Dobson and Davy Richardson.
41. Jack, you require.
You were going to Gateshead,
32.
you knew you were in for a game. Double 16. Oh,
No
I just couldn't
score.
get past it.
Bradley, you require 151.
But this would hurt. This would hurt. This would be a kick in the teeth and then some, but Bradley's going to find the treble 17, and so Jack
97.
comes back for
Jack, you
32
require
to
32.
level this match at 1-1.
Game shot
That's
on
how we
the
do it.
second leg. Jack
But I was
Mayo.
just visualising what that would feel like, Henry. Someone kicking you in the teeth and then doing it again. It's a rather
Third
sinister
leg,
thing to
it's
do, isn't
Bradley
it?
to throw first. Game on.
We don't condone that kind of thing here in Portsmouth. In fact, the entire sport doesn't, even though Ricky Evans did it somewhat comically to Daryl Gurney at the 2019 German Darts
100.
Championship.
You'd be toothless if that happened.
Well, no one's going to be legless in this game.
43.
Whatever you're doing tonight on a Thursday, make sure you've got your smart devices with you, or get on your sofa, get comfortable, and join us for
100.
Group B action a little bit later on from 10 o'clock.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. Sit back with a nice cup of something nice and relaxing. Maybe a cup of Horlicks or something.
85.
Couple of biscuits. And I'm just going to relax and watch the darts.
Are you genuinely in your early 20s saying things like that? I thought you were going to say, oh, I'll have a nice glass of Ovaltine. And
140.
I'll have a tiny bit of chocolate because I don't want to be too wired for tomorrow.
To be honest, chocolate helps me sleep. Anyway, Bradley, 161. Let's
Bradley
fully
require
concentrate on the finish now.
161.
We aren't going to get another one. We've had two whoppers today. One from Turner, one from Johnston.
65.
Still the biggest of the week. Belongs to Chris Gilliland with a 167.
It's an okay recovery
Bradley
for Jack.
require 96.
But Bradley in control of this third leg. 96 to move 2 onto the good. Decided to stay there with dart 2, and so Jack
56.
138 to move 2-1 up with a breaker from.
138.
He's just used the 19s to get here, so why not use them again? And that was the plan.
Well, he did hit 2 treble 19s and then missed the double 16
98.
for the 146 a
Bradley
couple of legs
require
ago.
40.
Has left himself on tops in case there's a miss here for Bradley.
This has been a really tidy game. High 80s averages.
Game shot
good
on the
quality.
third leg. Bradley Roes.
The doubles have been exceptional from Roes.
Fourth flag. It's Jack to throw
A
first.
source of disdain
Game
at times over the last 3.5 days, but not in this game.
.46.
Question is Jack going to get enough chances to win this match? That's entirely up to the Dutchman. He might just close him out.
If you head over to our YouTube
140.
channel, there is a special bit of content involving 2 PDC stars. I'm not going to name those 2 PDC stars. You're going to have to go and have a look and watch it for yourself.
Is it up there already?
61.
It's up there already.
I'm going to watch that later.
So that takes 10 minutes, but my TikTok challenge thing, that's never made it to air. What's it called? The quick fire question thingy, that's it.
137.
Did you just protest that you on the TikTok channel?
Anyway, moving on. Bradley Roes in a good position to break the
60.
throw, move 3-1 up.
Well saved. We'll just call you Steve Grizovic. Because he could score, and he was a keeper.
60.
Bit more along the lines of Asmir Begovic, to be honest.
100.
His heat map around that 60 in this game has been so much better.
64.
But he's in trouble. In more ways than one. Really good. Fabulous darts from Roes. He's got Mail in the corner now.
When he is totally with it, Bradley, he is such a class operator. A top operator.
32.
He's showing it in glimpses here this week. If he could just smooth around the edges, we have got a world-class talent on our hands, but he's burst the score.
Jack, you require 109.
Jack takes this. It's not about his reaction. It'll be about Bradley's. But he's not going to have a reaction.
Bradley, you require 32.
But he might to this. If he finds double 16 for the second time in this leg.
Game
Which he has for 3-1.
Bradley Roes.
And this is slipping away for Jack. He might just be a bystander in Group C if things don't go his way for the rest of this match and the first game tomorrow.
If Bradley Roes can maintain an oasis of calm, Jack Mayall's chances may slide away into the Portsmouth sunset. Bradley be hoping at the end of this game he won't be looking back in anger.
140.
He's shown great composure in this game because he has lost his composure at times today.
134.
Just when he needed it the most, he's found a little bit of calm and focus.
121.
See, look at that. 61st start, you're thinking maximum. Bad dart, second dart. Brush it off. Move on to the next one. Get the 1-2-1 and move on.
82.
There are players, and Bradley could be accused of doing this week. He has one bad dart and he gets the toy, throws it out the pram, and he infects the rest of the game. He hasn't
60.
done that in this match. That's why he's looking like he's going to win it.
And look, it is easy to forget it. He is only 19 years of age. This is all things he's going to learn as time moves along. But we judge Bradley by 45. A very high pedestal because of what he's done, because of what he's achieved, what he's shown us on this particular stage.
That's darts. It's the same as any sport. Tennis, golf,
100.
Cricket. Anybody who's a young star and they've done something very, very good. Unfortunately, we have to treat them as good as they want to be treated because
100.
he's an exceptional dart player
Bradley, you
who was only
require
80 points away from getting the win.
He's on the cusp of ending his day with 3 wins from 5. But again, another case of reacting to situations. Goes 25 for tops for 4-1 win. And Bradley Roes closes out with a success. A 4-1 victory against Jack Mayall. It means he's going to be on 6 points, and it means he's in a very good position. Well, he's now in second position in the group. He's not going to make it 4 finals nights out of 5 appearances here at the Live Lounge. He's gone about his business well in that last game. For Jack Mayall, well, he's going to need a big day tomorrow if he's going to make it through to the finals. But it's Martin Turner that leads the way after day 1. 4 wins from 5 for the Yorkshireman. And myself and Paul Nicholson will be assessing all of the action that we have seen on day 1 after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our 15 games for this Group C session have been completed. Myself and Paul Nicholson have been watching every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we have watched over the course of this afternoon. An intriguing group, which in the end is going to be topped by Martin Turner. As you can see there, 4 wins from 5 for the Yorkshireman, but it's very, very tight at the top because we've got another 3 players on 6 points. As I say, the asset's been watching every single dart in the commentary box. Let's begin by talking about Martin. Perhaps went a little bit under the radar at the beginning of the day, but that performance against Stephen Johnston means that he's not going to be allowed to anymore.
Not at all. That was a proper performance. Good average, good doubles, huge finish at the end. And when you can do this to finish your day, your dinner's going to taste fantastic. That's like putting the gravy on the end of your chicken breast and you think, oh, that's nice, isn't it? I'm trying to talk in Yorkshire terms here, but Martin Turner has been very good as the day has gone on. A couple of slow performances at the start where he still picked up points, but by the end of it, he was definitely the best player of the day.
Appreciate you making me hungry following that comment. The other player at the top of the pile who made some real intrigue today was Stephen Johnston. Will he feel like that's an opportunity missed there against Martin?
Absolutely. I think when you consider how strong his position was going into the final round, and then you look at where he's finished, you'll think, well, no, not again. This place just never fails to test this guy, and he's going to be tested again tomorrow. He's got Martin Turner first. And I just get the feeling that's a good thing because he wants to get that out of the way and then he can maybe pick up the scraps a little bit later on because he has played better than most of the players in the group.
Well, we've got 2 other players that find themselves on 6 points as far as this group's concerned. Martin Adams being one of them. Good start to the day. The middle, a little bit on and off, but ended the day well.
6 points is about fair for what Martin's done today because he was the best player in the first couple of rounds and he was able to just put things right because there were times where he's delivered a few bad darts, but his ability to do that after a bad visit, it was brilliant today. Just experience swimming through, and the fact that he's got more wins than losses today is just testament to how he's able to usurp a certain day.
I mean, this end to the game against Jack Mail, maximum followed by the 81 out, that just showed his class when it mattered.
Yeah, he's still got it. And I know we say this as every year passes, but you still got to hit these things. And particularly for 11 darters, all you can do is hold your hands up and say, well played. Too good.
So Martin Adams on 6 points, as is Bradley Roes. Now, what would be your general assessment of his day?
When he gets his head right, the darts tend to be right as well. The pain in the wrist doesn't seem to be to the detriment where he's going to suffer and not qualify. He's still got the kind of game in him this week that can make his way to Saturday, but it's upstairs. He's got to master that. If he loses his cool, he's not going to go through. But if he does more of what he did in game 15, he's got every chance.
If you were able to have a 5-minute timeout in his corner tonight, what would you be saying to him?
Exactly that. Just keep your cool. And if you feel like it's going to take you over, just pinch your fingers together or clench your fists like this, but breathe. Slowly in, slowly out, and just count to 10. Something very akin to what a sports psychologist will tell you. Just go up there, be calm, and win the situations.
Well, let's have a look at the table then. At the halfway stage of Group C, Martin Turner leading the way, 8 points to his name, but it's so tight from there on in. And you'd say that nobody's out of it. Even Jack Mell and Michael Burgoine, okay, they're going to need a big day too, but they're not out of it one bit.
You aren't out of it after 2 points on the Thursday. Moreno Blom has proven that in the past. But they have got a lot to do, and the performance level at the start of play has got to be right on point. If it isn't, they're going to be gone by round 2. But you've got 3 players on 6 points and 1 on 8, and their leg differences aren't that far apart. We've got an exciting Friday coming.
Well, this isn't the end of the action on this Thursday at the Live. Now, Group B gets underway tonight. What's your thoughts going into that session this evening? Because the 3 players that are coming into tonight, they're all experienced players under this roof.
I'm just excited to see some of these guys play. I think when Andy comes here, Andy Hamilton that is, we know what he's going to deliver. It's going to be focused, it's going to be fiery, and he's going to want to do things that he's never done before. He's made Saturdays, but he's not won a week. So he's got his own unfinished business here. But there are people who have won here before who want to do it again. And we want to know where their game's at right now. And I am talking about Justin Smith.
Well, Paul, thank you for your company as ever. Thank you for your company as well on this Thursday afternoon. Don't forget, we're back from 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B is going to start. And there are plenty of big names and legends of the sport in action. But between now and then, why don't you head over to the Super Series YouTube channel, because there's plenty of bonus content to enjoy.
You've seen some of the he wears. Very modest there, Johnny.
Right, I am.
Oh, it's horrific. I'll get it out at the end. And the tattoo. I'm not even that intelligent, it's just he's that thick. Do that clap thing, yeah, that's the one. Well, you finished top of the Premier League that year and I still beat you.
Oh.
Probably.
Cheers, you silly.
3,
Get down there.
2, 1, go.
Look at the table, guy.